All right. This meeting of the Triton Regional School Committee is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, and the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the Governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. I hereby call to order the October 7th meeting of the Triton Regional School Committee at 7 p.m. I'm Narissa Wallen, Chair of the Triton Regional School Committee, and I would like to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Erin?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Paul Goldner? Oh, Paul Goldner's muted. Hang on.
Just unmuted him.
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Maureen?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Caitlin?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Paul Lees is going to be late. He is hoping to be here shortly. Linda?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Paul Mayette?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. And Tina?
I'm here and I can hear you.
All right. Thank you. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Triton Superintendent Brian Forget?
I'm here and I can hear you.
Thank you. Assistant Superintendent Kim Croto?
I'm here and I can hear you.
School Business Official Kyle Warren?
I'm here and I can hear you.
I don't know. Is Dave joining us tonight? Oh, there he is. Thank you, Dave. I see you. All right. Thank you. For this meeting, the Triton School Committee is convening remotely via Zoom using the information posted on the district's website identifying how the public may join. If you are personally attending by video conference using your device's camera, please be aware that others may be able to see you. Committee members and administrators, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the district's website with the agenda posting unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All right, so welcome everyone tonight. The first item on the agenda is Chairman's comments. And I have a few tonight because I'm going to use this as kind of the recap spot for what's been going on. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone that's come tonight, members and the public. This has been, I would say, a tremendously difficult time, and definitely this week has been very hard. This has been, was following a difficult decision, and we've obviously received an outpouring of communication from the public. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't been back and forth on both sides of this issue even during this week. I think it is such a hard decision to make, and I'm hoping that the discussion tonight will shed some light on where people's concerns and priorities are as part of this discussion. So just as a brief recap, we started the planning for reopening schools this fall, even before schools closed last June. There was a approximately 65-member reopening working group that worked throughout the summer. It had representatives from pretty much every vested group. It had students, it had parents, it had teachers, various staff members, different groups within administration and within the district, just a whole variety of folks there. They were working on essentially a lot of the detail work. Through the summer, the school committee was also meeting sometimes weekly, sometimes twice a week, and we were essentially working on the more high-level stuff. We were working on the guidance that was coming from the state, which was coming through, I would say, very frequently from the end of June on, and it would often total 15 pages in a piece of guidance. So it was fairly significant guidance when we would receive it. And we were also working on things, policies. The mask policy would come out of that process. Some of these big discussions on what models should look like came out of that process as well. On August 10th, we had the vote that initially had the district open and remote. That was kind of a deadline that we were making for the state. It was obviously well in advance of when the school itself opened. So, it was early, I would say, in the process. There's been a lot of ongoing work that's happened since then. Obviously, there were a number of professional development days that were built in there for teachers. They learned how to work on technology. They configured classrooms. They met with students, a lot of them through the orientation process. And I just have to say it was a tremendous all-in effort over the summer, and I just have to say thank you to all those individuals that were involved in that process. That kind of brings us to where we are today. I've gotten a lot of questions about the school committee itself, so I just wanted to talk briefly about that. The school committee is a public body. We're all elected officials. It's by a popular vote of the 3 towns, so every year you'll find at least 3 of us, if not sometimes more if there's been a resignation mid-year, on your local ballot. So we're actually voted in. We, as a public body, we have to meet in public. So I've gotten a lot of questions about why can't you just ask people why they voted the way they voted over this past week? And the answer is because I literally cannot. It's illegal. We have to meet in public. We have to have a quorum of our members in order to be able to meet. And we have to post those meetings 48 hours in advance, essentially 2 business days in advance, so that the public can be aware that we are going to be meeting and have a discussion. So that's been going on throughout the summer too. All of our votes are equally weighted. Everyone makes their own consideration. They have their own priorities. I can honestly say from all the emails that I've seen and the phone calls that I've been part of over the last week and even over the summer, I think we're pretty representative of the families that are out there in the community. We've been hearing all these points of view through discussion sessions and through emails and conversations otherwise. The same ones that have been happening in committee meetings. I'm the chair of the committee. Maureen's the vice chair of the committee. We're actually chosen by the membership annually. I would say, we do lead, but we don't, there's no ruling here, I guess. We don't guide votes. The Mass Association of School Committees, which is our kind of overseeing body, actually calls the kind of leadership or the chair and the vice chair the servant and the voice of the committee. So we do a lot of things like setting up agendas. We are doing a lot of the background email work. We're kind of making that happen, and then also speaking for the committee when the committee is not in public session and needs a voice for itself. I would say, honestly, when it comes to meetings, while I lead them and actually run them, I probably have the least say because I speak and vote last. So that's very intentional on the part of kind of the way that school committees are organized, that's happening because it isn't one person that should be guiding the entire committee. It's 9 people with equal votes. All that said, part of my job as the chair is to make sure that votes are clear. I failed in that last week, and I apologize to the committee, and I apologize to the public for doing that. I can only say that it was a long meeting. It was a very emotional meeting. I can say I'm exhausted. I know the rest of the committee is probably exhausted. And I felt awful about that. Full disclosure, I actually went to Maureen and Brian the next morning and I tried to step down because I felt so badly about that. And tonight we're here to talk it out. I mean, this is the part that really should have happened last week. And I apologize that it didn't, and that's on me. So I'm just going to say, members, we've done this before, right? Yeah. You've read the emails. We're going to hear public comment in a few minutes. We've heard public comment in the past. I'm going to ask you to keep that all in mind, but I'm also going to ask you to remember that this is us. When Mass Association of School Committees talks about school committee meetings, they repeatedly remind us that it's our meeting. our meeting with our members and our administration that happens to be in public is not a meeting of the school committee with the public. So I'm just going to ask you to keep that in mind. And as we go through the workshop, it's us, right? We've done this before. We're going to do it again. So I'm just going to ask you to keep that in mind, I guess. I'm going to say in advance, I'm going to ask you 4 things tonight as part of setting up this meeting. I had discussions with the superintendent and kind of how I wanted to set this up. I'm going to kind of take this in parts. So we are going to have public comment in a minute. I'm going to ask you to brainstorm concerns. So this is something we've typically done in past workshops when we're working on goals or district strategy or anything like that, is it's literally brainstorm. So we're going to come up with, here's the list of concerns, factors that we think need to be considered, things that you might have additional questions on, that type of thing. So we're going to go through that brainstorming process. Then I want to step away from that for a second. And I know in the past I've heard people say that that kind of the direction to go in is in person. I have been leading and forming agendas and running meetings with the idea that we're headed in that direction. I want to make sure that that's still true, because otherwise that's going to affect kind of the way I do things down the road. And I think it's going to affect the way probably that other people approach things down the road. So I want to check and make sure that's true. And then I want to come back to that list. I'm going to be taking notes on that list. Brian's going to be taking notes on that list to make sure that we have everything that is kind of matching and we've covered it all. We're going to unpack those concerns, go through and figure out, hash out both sides of it if we need to, figure out what needs to be talked through on that. And then the final thing that we're going to do is we're going to talk through the checkpoint and the shift date schedule and see if changes are needed based on tonight's discussion. Housekeeping matter real quick. There is a change on the Zoom settings for committee members. I did send an email about this earlier this afternoon, but in case you missed it, you're going to have to raise your hand, and we'll actually when it's your turn, we'll request that you unmute, and then you'll have to hit the unmute button now rather than just simply unmuting yourself. So you'll have to actually get that request first. Public comment is something that we don't normally do for workshops. So this is kind of unusual. I opted to include it tonight because I believe that it's an important part of this conversation. And while we're moving toward this more informal workshop setting, I wanted to make sure that that was included there. The chair can allow for an extension past 15 minutes. Tonight, I'm intending to allow 30 minutes for public comment. I don't want to go beyond that because I believe it's important for school committee members to come into kind of the base meeting fresh. I don't want to be doing that at 9:30, right? I want to be making sure that we're doing that relatively reasonably early. People have had the opportunity to speak up during discussion sessions. Our emails are open. We've had those previous comments, and I just, I want to give people a chance tonight, but I also want to give the school committee the chance to do its work. I'm anticipating that we'll have more than enough people to fill that 30 minutes. I can't control it. I mean, this is public comment. That's the way it works. As far as who speaks, but I'm going to ask folks to be brief if they can, so that we can allow multiple people to have the chance to speak, or as many people as possible to have the chance to speak. And I'm also going to ask that if you're farther down in the line and you haven't, and someone's speaking ahead of you and they've already made a point, if you could not remake that point, just for the sake of, again, providing folks with as many people as possible with the chance to speak. So that said, I'm going to move into the public comment. So the next item on the agenda is public comment. Members of the public, the meeting host muted you as you entered the meeting. If you would like to address the committee, please indicate now that you would like to do so, either by raising your hand on your video call or using the raise hand option on the participant screen. The meeting host will unmute you so that you can address the committee. Please refer to the public comment policy language on the agenda when making your comments, and remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. When you have finished speaking, the meeting host will mute you again. And I'm just going to real quick read what's on the agenda. Members of the public may address the committee for up to 3 minutes, longer with the permission of the chairperson. The committee will not engage in a discussion on topics raised during public comment, but may choose to add the topic to a future agenda. This agenda segment will be limited to 15 minutes unless extended at the discretion of the chairperson. As I've said, I do intend to extend that to 30 minutes. I will not be extending individual members' permission to speak for more than the 3-minute mark. If you can watch my video on the screen, I will give a 1-minute warning and then a 30-second warning, so that you know when you're coming up on your 3-minute time. And if you do attempt to go beyond your 3 minutes, then we'll mute you at that point. So that said, the first one I see is, I'm probably gonna erect this, I'm sorry, the Catalfamo family. So I'm gonna ask you to unmute, and you're unmuted.
My name is Alana Catalfamo. I just wanted to say, I know I only have 3 minutes. Marissa, I think you're doing a great job, and I think you're doing a really great job seeing both sides of things. So I just wanted to say that to begin with. I'm a parent of a 1st grader and 4th grader that go to Pine Grove. Remote learning has been very difficult for them. I feel like something significant in that I'm a kindergarten teacher at a private school. Today was our 29th day of school. And so we've been in school for 29 days. We're implementing the necessary safety protocols. We're there all day, every day. The desks are 6 feet apart. The masks are on. We give the kids mask breaks. We're outdoors as much as possible. We sanitize multiple times a day, and at the end of the day, each child has their own individual pencil box, individual math bin, I'm a kindergarten teacher, so individual Legos and Play-Doh and all those things. And honestly, it is going so well. We had our back to school night on Monday night over Zoom with the parents, and we received an overwhelmingly positive feedback from them that things are going really well, that they're so happy to have their children face-to-face and in person. They're really pleased and feel reassured by the safety protocols that we're doing. And from my point of view, I love teaching and I love being there with the children, but I just love seeing them on the playground. I feel like that's such an important time. Obviously, I want to teach them the curriculum and the reading, writing, and math. But just watching them on the playground, it's not, anything weird. They have masks on and they, stay 6 feet apart, but they still play and they still run, and they're able to interact with each other and smile and laugh and say, I went to the apple orchard yesterday, and problem solve with each other. And obviously that's just not something that can happen over Zoom, over the computer. My daughter is here with me. She's in 4th grade. The remote learning has been really quite difficult for her because this is her first year at the school. And so she wants to make some new friends and get to know kids. And that's something that's not really possible over Zoom. Did you want to say anything? You have about 30 seconds. No. Well, she did start to write a letter just saying how hard the remote learning is and how she doesn't get to talk to any friends and doesn't get to play with them. And it's hard if she doesn't understand something. And just from my point of view, being a kindergarten teacher at a private school, I'm there, I'm doing it. It's not scary, it's not frightening. The feedback we receive from the parents are, my child's so excited to go to school each day. They're happy to come home at the end of the day and share all that they learned and what they did with their friends.
I'm going to have to cut you off, Alana, okay, just so we can get to everybody else. I do appreciate your comments, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Alicia, you're next. I need to find you on the grid. I'm sorry. All right. Should have just prompted you to unmute. There you go. Perfect.
Hi, Alicia Davis. I'm the CPAC co-chair, and I have 2 2nd and 5th grade at Pine Grove. I trust that the committee has read the letter that we sent from CPAC, and hopefully some of that resonated with you. I just wanted to bring to attention some numbers. Throughout the Triton district, we have 617 kids who are on IEPs or 504s. Of that 617, 174 of them are in person right now, designated high needs. So that leaves 443 of our IEP and 504 kids home remotely without any in-person services or therapies since the spring. They are struggling. This is a population that was already struggling, and they're unable to effectively receive their services and therapies remotely. And I think that if we were to move into a hybrid, that would be 2 days a week where 443 of these kids could be in person and receiving services in person. The longer that they are missing out on that, the larger the gap becomes and the further behind that they are going to be. The second thing that I just wanted to speak to is during the last meeting, I think there was a little misconception about what the in-person learning environment in school looks like. I work in Pine Grove 5 days a week, so I can see firsthand, how the kids are interacting with each other. And I just wanted to let you all know that despite the safety precautions and the masks and, the 6-foot distancing, these kids are thriving and they are doing so great, and they are gaining so much social emotional just moments throughout their day where they can interact with their friends. Recess, they all have masks on. They have the opportunity to remove their masks and go over 6 feet away from their friends, but they don't often choose to do so because they're having fun. And that is something that you cannot replicate, and you cannot do that remotely. So I just wanted to clear up, because I know in the last meeting that was spoken to a couple of times by a couple different people, that if we were to move to hybrid, that those in-person days were still not going to meet their social emotional needs. And I just want everybody to know that is not true. And it is certainly going to be much more effective than remote is. And that is it. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alicia. Allison, let me. Should be asking you if you can. There you go.
Got
Perfect.
it. Thank you. Hi, my name is Allison Moore. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader at NES who is thankfully doing really well with adjusting to remote learning. I have nothing but praise and gratitude to share with the teachers and staff at NES in particular. They've been so helpful throughout this whole transition. All of the teachers, or at least the ones that my daughter interacts with, have stepped up to the challenge from my standpoint and have created a very engaging environment while still finding ways to nurture their minds and their creativity. My husband and I both work full-time, and while we're fortunate enough to be doing that out of the home at this point, we're still juggling a lot day to day, and it's hard to manage. I fully acknowledge that. I also acknowledge that everyone's situation is different, and there is no perfect solution to dealing with this hand that we've been dealt. However, we're all in this together, and I want to plead to the community to work together to both support our children while keeping our teachers and our staff's health and well-being in mind as well. While I was personally fine with last week's school committee decision to stay remote, I understand that for others it wasn't their personal preference based on their family or their child's needs. I think we can all agree that emotions are running high right now on all ends, but that doesn't give us the permission to personally lash out against some of the school committee members just because we didn't agree with them. We've all been given the opportunity to voice our concerns at school committee meetings. There were Q&A sessions for each of the schools to discuss reopening. The school committee, the reopening working group, and Superintendent Forget have been very responsive to all the communications that I've heard people reaching out, and myself personally. The school committee members that we elected as a community have been faced with making some of the most difficult decisions that over the last 7 months. They never expected this, never planned for it. I'd like to just ask everyone to give a bit of grace and compassion as we work through this. I'd like to suggest the school committee establish some more quantifiable metrics, and that may help take some of the emotions out of the bias of their own votes and maybe make it clearer to everyone around us. I'm not sure if every school in the district follows CARES or if it's just an NES thing, but the E in CARES stands for empathy. And I really wanted to implore everyone to have empathy for each other, treating one another with respect, even if we're not agreeing with some of the decisions. I want to thank Superintendent Forget, the whole school committee, and all the administrative staff. I don't envy the decisions you've been challenged with, all the hard work you've been done, but I commend you for sticking with it, for having multiple plans to review and fall back on. And in the end, I do think doing what's best for the entire Triton community. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. All right. Martha, you're next. Give me a second and I'll ask you to unmute.
All right. I think I'm
perfect.
No idea. So I definitely want to open up by, really saying thank you. I think I've said this every time I've spoken, because quite frankly, as a school committee, when you were elected, nobody saw this coming. This is not what you expected. This has been incredibly difficult for you. And I appreciate it. And I know, Narissa, I sent you an email the other day telling you I truly appreciate your efforts as a leader. Honestly, you kind of broke my heart to hear that you were thinking of resigning. I do want to say, and this is totally a side note, my son was sitting here because he wanted to speak. He had to leave. He has hockey practice, so he waited as long as he could. But I was very appreciative as a mom, Narissa, for him to hear a true leader in action and take responsibility and accept when you make a mistake. If we don't do that, we don't demonstrate that, and we don't show our kids that that's what we do as adults, then they don't learn to do it. So I want to make sure I say thank you for that. I'm in Methuen. We've been hybrid now for, we've had the kids in. I'm sure people have heard we've had a couple of, COVID cases, but they're not kids in school. They're not even related with kids in school. Not a big deal. Similar to yours. At Triton, it was handled incredibly well, incredibly professional, and I don't anticipate other issues coming. But at the end of the day, to see kids and talk to kids as they're walking through the hallways, for me to walk up to a brand new freshman in our high school that is a huge school, and say, hey, I'm Mrs. Tatro. How you doing? Where are you going? Do you need help? I'm totally lost. Walking with them. How excited these kids are to be back in school. And for these kids, it was a brand new building. A totally new environment. And so I have that experience over these last couple of days. I have the experience of the kid emailing me, can I please come see you because I'm in the building and I'm nervous, and managing that. But at the end of the day, the emotional health and well-being of these kids is what, in my opinion, should be viewed and looked at this point. The remote option is an option the state said had to happen no matter what. We have to provide it. I truly feel like these kids deserve to be in hybrid. We as parents, if we want to take the risk and send our kid, we should be able to send our kid. The metrics were met. Metrics that you guys set, they were met. I understand the new hybrid model. I have complete and utter faith that Brian and his staff are ready to go without question. That those kids in 2 days in a classroom are going to get a full week's curriculum because it's half the class size. Those teachers can focus and meet with those kids. Okay? I firmly believe they are ready to go. I want to say thank you. I really hope you look at this. I appreciate the extension tonight, Narissa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha. All right. Jacobsons are next.
Good evening. I'm going to speak first, and then Cole would like to speak as well.
Hello.
I'm going to read part of this. Well, it wasn't easy to sit through last week's full meeting. I'm really glad our family did. We want to thank the members from all three towns for their patience, diligence, and thoughtfulness in their service on the school committee. The school committee is a tough public service position that we as a community elected. We elected you to make these calls on our behalf. And as such, we should respect your decision-making process and votes. Making decisions that impacts children, families, and our community in the larger district isn't easy, but it's clear that you all do it from a place of caring. While my family, me in particular, was pleased with the vote last week to remain in the remote model, we would have accepted and supported the decision if it had gone the other way and gone to hybrid. We know that that's a really hard choice because someone sitting next to me has a completely different view. We're talking through it and aiming to make the best decision possible for our family and whether or not he goes in the remote model with Florida virtual learning, which I don't think is great. And we're going to continue to be respectful and share our thoughts, but understand that we're just one voice in a larger chorus and we're often singing different tunes. And I'd like to thank Allison Moore because she brought up something that I had already written out. The Newberry Elementary School does a wonderful job of teaching our kids CARES. Cole is a product of that. He's an honor student at Triton High School now in his sophomore year. In CARES, it calls for cooperation for all of us to remember that we are all in this with the same goal, the education of our children and keeping our communities safe. Assertion. We have to speak up and advocate for our own points of view. If we don't participate in the conversations and our voices aren't heard, it's our fault for not being there. Responsibility. It's our responsibility as parents, educators, and public servants to listen, act, empathize, and work with each other. Empathy. Showing caring for one another. In all of this is a hard decision, and I feel for the parents of much younger elementary school students. If there's a way to send the smallest children back, that would be great. The remote option in that point works for the families who need to keep their kids at home, who have family members who could be risking death if they catch COVID. And we could make that decision. It's not the same for the high school. And self-control. This is the part that I really hope parents remember as they listen to all of these. We need to recognize our own emotions and learn how to practice self-control. I'm slightly fighting back tears, and that's because I'm feeling it. But I'm learning self-control to not break down in tears in public. I'm also learning that it's absolutely appalling the way some people have reacted in anger, online, in person, to you all individually, and that is appalling. I am sorry for the vitriol you've been subjected to.
Hey, Erica, I'm going to have to cut you off. I'm sorry. You hit your 3-minute mark.
Okay. Do we need to raise hand for him for 3 minutes?
Yeah, if you could. Thank you.
Will.
Just so I can make sure that we get everybody in order. I'm sorry, Cole. Wendy is next. Let me just unmute you. Should be getting a prompt asking you to unmute. Her hand went down. I don't know if she did not mean to. I'm going to assume she didn't mean to, and I guess she can put her hand back up if she needs to. All right. Greg McDonough, you're next.
Hello.
There you go. Perfect.
Hey, thanks for the time tonight. And first of all, thank you. I can't imagine what everyone's had to go through. I know some of you personally, and just seeing the anguish on your faces last week, tough spot, and none of you signed up for it. So I get it. I think, having, one kid out of high school and college, the other one being a senior, I know a lot of the families through sports and, just being in Triton for a while. I think what people are feeling is they sent the survey. You guys sent the survey out in August. Everyone took it. People wanted to get the kids at least back in a hybrid mode. And it seemed like the vote was predetermined. You hear the night before the vote that it was 8-1. So it kind of raised a little bit of flags. And right next night, you hear the vote is 8-1. Fine. Well, hopefully we'll get back to school in October. I can see being conservative, getting the kids back, letting the other communities get back and kind of trial. Then to see the end of last week's vote, and any way you look at it, it didn't look great. No one meant to have that, but it still didn't look great. I think people were patient until that. And then it just felt like the school committee was not listening to the community, is from what I've heard. And some of these kids, I mean, these kids haven't been in school for 7 months now. My daughter was sick before, she had mono before this happened. So she'd been in school 3 days since the beginning of March. That's a long time. These kids, I mean, the older kids, they miss prom, they miss, graduation. And granted, everyone has pivoted and tried to do the best they can, but people are just frustrated. And to think that we're not even going to be, the earliest that these kids will be back to a hybrid mode is the middle of November, is just horrifying to people. And they just feel like they're not being listened to. These kids go to work, they play sports, they can't go to school. And there is an option for people if they're not comfortable with it, which I get and I respect. There's an option for families to stay fully remote. So to people who've been around this town for a long time, it's time to get the kids back to school. And my daughter's a senior. It's the last go with Triton. It's heartbreaking to see, to be honest with you. And my last thing I'll say is whatever they're paying Brian, he is underpaid because he has had to deal with a lot. So that's it for me. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Greg. We'll ask you back for Brian's next evaluation, okay? All right. I see Jacobson family was back in line. So I'll come to you next, Emily, and then we'll be back to Wendy, and I think there are a couple of other hands.
So am I good to go?
Your turn to go, Cole.
All right. So I just want to say, I want to get my opinion in here as a student, and once again, thank all of you for dealing with all these decisions. But I want to say is that I'm on a great track. I'm on track for a great educational career, but the proposal of this hybrid model and the remote option for it is going to cause me to throw it all away. Going hybrid would cause an alarming amount of stress in me and in others about general safety concerns inside the building. And the remote option, the lack of a teacher, they're the ones always saying that we need to reach out in case we need help from them. The remote option would take that away from us and just generally cause a lot of us to crash on our tracks. I don't want to have to throw away my educational career just because I'm afraid I'm going to die or I'm going to cause the death of someone else around me. And it's not fair to those kids who have serious medical issues that cannot go back in person at all because they will get harmed by it. And on the subject of sports and work, I know from experience with both of those this summer that you can step off and take a break. You can step away and find a place to take your mask down. In normal school, I couldn't even go to the bathroom without explicit permission, and even then, sometimes you'd be denied. With a mask, being able to get outside from such a large building like that and be back all within 5 minutes, I don't think we can do that. That's all I really have to say. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Cole.
Thank you.
Wendy?
Hi.
Hi. There she is.
Hi. Sorry,
Hello,
I climbed the unmute last time. So I just want to say that I am one of those parents that has a kid in school right now full time. It's going great. Everything, all the guidelines are being followed. She assured me she feels safe. The teachers are on top of the kids. I mean, like she said, if she's out at recess, she gets to socialize. If they're socially distant, her mask can come down. If they notice a mask is down and not proper away, they're told to put their mask right back on. Sanitizing is crazy in a good way. And she feels safe. I didn't let her get on the bus in the beginning because I was nervous. I let her get on the bus now. Everything seems to be going well. She had to just jump on the computer the last couple days. That went well, but she definitely let me know she's getting more out of being in school. So just as a parent with a child in the school, she's at Salisbury Elementary, I just wanted to come on and say, it's time. These teachers are going above and beyond to make sure our children are safe. So far, it's been an amazing experience. I mean, I'd lie if I said, you're not a little worried as a parent sending your kid in. Of course I am. I love my children. It's scary times, but it is what it is. These kids, they need socialization. Fully remote learning is not the same regardless of everybody's well intentions. I'm also hoping you guys might revisit the thought of maybe meeting every 2 weeks, 4 weeks, like a long time, and then a 2-week transition period on top of that. We're talking 6 weeks. So that's it. I just wanted to let other parents out there know that the teachers are on top of it in school, keeping our children and themselves safe. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Emily, I saw you next. Hang on, I gotta find you. There we go. I think it should be asking you to unmute right now, and you should just be able to hit yes.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yep, you are.
So I'm a rotten public speaker, and everybody before me is really, really good at it. So I had to write mine down, so forgive me while I read. My name is Emily Apt. I'm the parent of 2 high school students, a past special education employee of the district, and I'm currently the vice president of the Triton Education Foundation. I'm advocating tonight for the students and families in our district. Our students need to have the option of attending school in person. Let our families decide what risk they can tolerate and what's best for their students. Our kids have been out of school since March. They deserve better. They need better. Being all remote is just not working for many of our students. The students who are on 504 plans and IEPs, but are not in the small groups currently prioritized for being in school, need more help than can be delivered via a computer screen. I understand the initial closure of our schools. We've learned a lot since then. We aren't going to get rid of this virus, and we need to learn how to live with it. The American Academy of Pediatrics has said we can be in school safely. Dr. Fauci and the CDC have said we can be in school safely. The governor of Massachusetts has said our students can attend school safely. The epidemiologists advising area districts have said we can open safely. Other districts have opened for part-time and even full-time learning. The district identified metrics for our opening our schools safely, and they were met. Yet 5 of you voted against allowing our Triton schools to learn in person. What do you know that these other experts do not? What is different about our school community? Are there barriers to opening that you've not shared publicly? If so, please disclose them so as a community we can understand and address any remaining barriers. Review the metrics again, take a new vote, and allow our students the option to receive their education in person. Give our students the chance to learn. Please listen to our students and families. We know there will never be zero risk of COVID. We must learn to live with it, and part of living is attending school. Thank you for all that you guys do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Sarah, I think, yeah, I was just gonna say, hang on, let me unmute you, Sarah. There you go.
Yeah, my name is Sarah. My son Dominic is a student at Salisbury Elementary. He is struggling at home. It's difficult. He's in 3rd grade. I've already held him back a year. He has trouble with his writing, and to have to type in his questions to a teacher. He's 9. It takes a long time to type. The iReady testing, it was horrid. My son was on the floor in tears. He should be allowed to go to school. He can play with his friends. He can go to sports. But to have to sit here for 8 hours a day and learn on the computer with no interaction with the class, the teacher directs what they're doing, but there's not even 2 minutes to say, hi, what did you do yesterday? I liked this. What did you think about that? They're just missing out on so much. I feel like if you want to keep your child home, that's wonderful, do that, but we should also be able to send our kids to school if we want to and if they want to go. My son desperately wants to go to school, and it kills me that I can't let him go. I don't understand why our community won't let the kids go to school. My other son is a 6th grader at River Valley Charter School. He goes to school full-time every day. 1 week he goes off-site, which I understand Triton is a larger school. They can't do something like that. But even the younger kids there, they go half day. They go every single day they go to school. And it's working. They're not sick. They go outside for recess. They've made it work. And they've been in school now this entire time. They started on, I think, the 8th of September. And they've gone to this point with no issues. Our kids in Triton should be allowed to go to school right now. They should be allowed to sit in the classroom, to talk with their teacher, to have their friend next to them, to eat lunch with them. It's not right to keep them home like this. We just want the choice to send our kids to school. Again, you don't have to if you don't want to, but we would like a choice. And I hope you would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Kristen? Okay, you're unmuted, Kristen.
Am I unmuted?
You
Hi,
are.
how are you? I guess a lot of us were astonished and confused by the decision to stay remote. I'm kind of like more of a factual person, so I kind of have a series of questions for the school committee to consider. I think from everyone's understanding, the metrics for returning were met. So please clarify if that's incorrect, because I'm very confused by that. I also look at the survey that was done, and parents overwhelmingly voted in the survey to return to some in-person schooling. So I was wondering how much of that survey was considered in the process. I don't know if the school committee is following the situation at Masconomet. I know there's a bunch of parents. There's a movement there to get the kids back to school hybrid. It's similar to what's happening in our community. I'm not sure when that vote is taking place. I don't know if you do. But again, I think it's for the same reasons as our community. And my question there would be, if they do decide to go remote, how does that impact our decision? And also, would we move up those dates that you all have on the calendar at that point? I don't know when the vote is. Is it tomorrow? Is it the next day? But I think that we should strongly reconsider at that point where, I looked at some numbers in elementary schools across Massachusetts. It's 70% to 30% in person versus fully remote. And I'm just not sure what is holding us back. So I appreciate what you guys are doing also. I'm more factual and trying to figure out, why we're in that 30%. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I guess I should just say, because we've hit the end of our public comment time here too, that if you do have questions, we cannot respond to them in a public meeting. So you're welcome to send those to the school committee. I know a lot of people have taken advantage of using the address already. It's schoolcommittee@tritonschools.org, or you're welcome to email any of us individually, and the email addresses are up on the website. We just can't, because of the way that Mass General Law works. Public comment is basically a statement period. It's not a time when we can have discussion. So that said, I am moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is the workshop discussion and deliberation on the reopening of schools. So again, I'm going to take the committee, because this is a committee conversation at this point, and I want to take you just back to those items that I had mentioned. So we're going to do a quick brainstorming session first. And again, this is reminiscent of past workshop formats. If you have something that's concerning that you're raising as a priority, these are basically discussion points for later. So again, Brian and I are both going to take notes on this. We had initially debated using some of Zoom's tools, but Zoom has been somewhat notorious in the news for having some issues with their tools at times, so we opted not to do that, and we'll be doing this unfortunately by the paper and pen, or in this case, because I stole my kid's marker, paper and blue marker method. So I will open it, and I don't know if there's anyone who wants to start first. Looks like Maureen is up first. Let me unmute you. You should be able to unmute now, Maureen. And if you have more than one, feel free to toss out more than one, and we'll just handle everybody's at once if we can, since it's just brainstorming at this point, and then we'll take them point by point afterwards.
I think I'll just start with one, and that would be the concerns about the change in hybrid. When we set the metrics, the health metrics, we thought that the hybrid model was going to look one way, and as everybody knows, that sort of changed in the last few weeks. So I just feel like we do need to address all the concerns that were raised prior to last Wednesday. The reduced amount of time with the teacher, a lot more asynchronous learning, things like that. So I think that, for me, that was a huge concern with the change in the hybrid model.
Hang on 2 seconds, I'm just writing as I go. Okay. All right. Thank you, Maureen. Tina, let me unmute you.
Norissa Watt, can I have some extra time just to make a statement and then throw out one of my concerns?
If it's really quick, because I don't want to get lost in this process. I want to make sure that we're continuing right on.
Okay. Well, I feel like I owe the people that have come here tonight and the people that have sent us emails based on their disappointment in the way the meeting went and the vote went last week, especially where I wanted to explain why I voted the way I wanted to. Originally, I had wanted to abstain, and that was because I wasn't so much wanting to stay remote versus not believing in the current hybrid plan, and I'll get to my concerns. But at that point, I wasn't ready to move forward with the current hybrid plan. And instead of getting into it, I'll bring up one of my concerns, and that was to what some of the parents have spoken about in bringing back K through 2 more days a week. I actually believe that that's something that I would like for the administrators and the leadership to look into.
So just to make sure that I'm writing this on the list already, your concern is that K through 2 especially is not getting enough time right now?
Well, I think in the remote model, the synchronous learning that I've been seeing that is happening is going well, but to the point of having spoken with different people throughout the district and other districts and having 2 children who are in that age group that I can speak to as well, I just think that that is something that if we do decide as a committee to go hybrid, that is something that is explored. My whole problem is that I felt that the hybrid plan was a one-size-fits-all, and that didn't make sense to me. So that's why I would like that to be explored. I'm not saying that we should change it now, but I want to make sure that that's on the table.
Okay.
And I have more, but I'll stop.
Just hang on. Just give me 2 seconds so I'm rehashing this one properly. So the concern is that that with the change to from remote to hybrid, that K through 2 will not be getting as much time compared to where they are at now in remote?
Correct, because with the remote, because with the remote plan they are, and when they go hybrid, yes, they'll have those 2 full-in days, but then those other 3 days, I don't think they're going to be getting enough.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Did you have more, Tina, that you wanted to lay out right now, or do you want to raise your hand later, or it's up to you. I don't know if you have them prepared or not.
I do have a lot more. Do you want me to keep going?
Keep going, and we'll.
The other point, I'd like to see more discussion around expanding the high needs list in hybrid. from the letter from CPAC and the numbers that Alicia gave us actually in her 3 minutes. It's kind of alarming to me with that many children on an IEP or 504 that only 174 are in the schools. I did have the opportunity this week to visit 3 out of the 4 schools, actually 4, the middle school, high school, and NES and PGS. And I was able to see the children in person. And I just think we can be doing a lot more.
So let me just before we move on with that one, it's expanding high needs list regardless of model, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Go ahead with your next one.
I think I'm going to take a break because I can hear my 4-year-old about to barge in. So
fair enough.
The door is locked and he's banging it down.
We understand it's hard working from home sometimes. All right. Linda's next. Let me unmute you, Linda. Oh, you're already unmuted. Somebody got there ahead of me.
I just want to have discussion on when we do go hybrid. I know that there was discussion on a number of teachers that would not be coming back. I wanted to know how that is going to affect the hybrid model.
Okay.
And I'm also agreeing that there should be more discussion with having possibly all of the IEP 504 children, even when we go hybrid, possibly getting more instruction while they're there. Maybe going more days.
Okay. Paul Goldner. Oh, sorry, Linda, did you have anything else?
No, that's fine. You can move on.
Okay. All right. If you need to, just put your hand up again and I can come right back. Paul, you should be, yep, there you go.
Yep, good. I guess my starting point is that cases in Massachusetts are surging right now, and sort of timed with first when teachers and went back into buildings and colleges opened, and then sort of another increase around the time students went back into buildings, to the point that we're now double the daily cases that we were 3 weeks ago when the students started going to school. So there's the community health concern of that maybe schools aren't being places where cases are directly spreading, but are they, teenagers in particular, are transmitting asymptomatically? And if we're getting sort of extra rounds of spread through the schools be opening, that's concerning for the community at large, not just the people in the building. More in terms of us, as a school district and not connected to Essex County and Massachusetts as a whole, I worry about if a teacher or a student gets sick and we have to quarantine a classroom or a building or switch from remote to hybrid back to remote as a district model. The inconsistency there, and I know that we're now better set up to transition between models, but it's still the disruption in learning routines and learning practices. And so much of what happens early in elementary school is learning routines and how to go about the process of learning, that going back and forth like that seems extremely disruptive to me. I'm going to stop, and if I put my hand up again later, that might happen.
Okay, so hang on, let me recap real quick because I'm going to do both of those just to make sure I've got it. So one concern is kind of community health, new cases in Massachusetts and the increase, and the potential for asymptomatic transmission. And then the other one was transitions with classrooms or the school or the entire district having to switch between remote and hybrid because of changes in cases and how that might affect routines and consistency for education.
Yep.
Is that both pretty accurate? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. All right. Erin? Oh, looks like you're already unmuted.
Yeah. So I want to have some discussion and consideration for what happens to the population of students that we have identified that are the group that is in school right now. If we bring students back hybrid, and we do have to close a school or we have to close down the school district, what happens to those kids? And I know that we haven't talked a lot about that, and I'm making assumptions on it, but my assumption is that all of those kids would also be required to go home. And I want us to be thoughtful about when we're making the decision on going back hybrid, that we do consider the risk to this population that's in the school right now, that they are getting the services, what that means to them in the long run.
Okay. So just to recap, so the concern there is what happens if to the high-risk students if there's a requirement to go remote because of cases, because of essentially having more students in the school in a hybrid model. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, that was it.
There's a couple questions that I have off of that, but I figured when we're going through them that we could brainstorm there. And I do have others, but I want to let others speak too.
Okay, absolutely. Who's next? Anybody? Paul Goldner? Yeah, unmute you again.
I guess sort of that other thing related to community transmission and such is that the people who will choose to stay remote if we switch to hybrid are mostly, if not entirely, going to be students who are medically compromised or students who have family members who are medically compromised. And so we're going to separate out from our schools and from the learning environment that people are having a cohort of people that through no fault of their own have serious health concerns. And then at some point, we're going to be reintegrating them into the school. And the reason that we will have had to take them out, and my guess is probably stopped providing them the same quality education, although perhaps not, as the people who remain in schools, will have been their health concerns. And then we have to bring them back, and we're trying to integrate them back in. And it's looked like 15 to 20% in our surveys. But those 15 to 20% who would need to remain remote deserve our consideration for what the impact is going to be when we bring them back as well, and why they were separated out to begin with.
Okay. Trying to figure out how to phrase that. So I guess the concern is the change in the educational model for those who are medically compromised, and then reintegration of those students with kind of the more general population down the road. Is that, sorry, you muted. Hang on 2 seconds. You're good? Okay, we're good. All right. Perfect. Kaylee, I just saw your hand, but now I lost you because you put it down. Hang on 2 seconds. There you go. Thank you, Kaylee. And just by way of introduction, Kaylee is our student member. So she has full rights as a member of the committee other than voting. So welcome, Kaylee. And I apologize if I missed you in roll call earlier. Did I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So there's a few concerns that I've definitely been hearing from the student body.
Mm-hmm.
The main one that has come up is the way that the hybrid model has been adapted into what it now is being talked about as opposed to what it was at the beginning of the summer. A lot of people are realizing that from a high school level, the way that we have remote right now, we're getting 4.5 days of education. But in hybrid, it's mainly looking like we'll be getting 2 days of education and the rest will just be busy work. And that was the problem that we all had with the spring, was that it was just busy work. So that's a big thing that a lot of people are talking about. And there are students that are considering going fully remote, not because they have health concerns in their family, but because they think it will give them an academic advantage and because they will get extra days of learning.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, go ahead. I'll recap afterwards. Go ahead. Keep going.
And there's the other big one is that the not the extracurriculars, the electives that Triton as a school and as a school committee has put in place as graduation requirements. Right now, a lot of them are being met in a way that's feasible online, but once we're back in person, can't really happen the same way. If you look at the arts, right now they're making adjustments as best as they can, but once we're in person, half of the arts department classes that have technology built for those classes aren't large enough for the students themselves. Our shop classes aren't. I'm just really, a lot of people are concerned about all the electives that make Triton a different school that stands out among sending students to other local schools.
Okay. So let me just recap here. So part of the concern is the change in the hybrid model from what's essentially 4.5 days for high school students right now to the 2 in-person days, the remote day, and the 2 independent work days, and whether that's essentially busy work. And the other concern is the electives required for graduation that are happening well and remotely, but it's questionable if they can happen in hybrid. Is that okay? All right, excellent, thank you. I'm going to do Polly's and then I'll come to you, Erin. Back to you in a second.
I'm sorry. Sorry I was late. Can you?
Oh, we lost your audio, Paul.
How about now?
There you go. Perfect, thank you.
Can you tell me what the question is that everyone's been responding to? And I'm sorry I was late.
I can. I'm sorry about that. I raised essentially 4 kind of points earlier in the evening during my chairman's comments. So I asked, the first thing was to just give me a brainstorm of the list of concerns, things that we not need to talk to, things where there are concerns among committee members that, it's not necessarily things that influenced your vote last week, but it could be, you voted a certain way, but you still have concerns about whatever direction you voted in. So that was one thing. And then I'm going to ask, again, this is for my logistical and to kind of take a break from this process briefly, that I'd asked people to reconsider the question of that I had heard many school committee members say in the past that they believed that in-person was the correct way to go. I've been planning agendas and meetings around the idea that that's still correct, and I want to make sure whether that's still correct or not. And then we're going to come back to this kind of list of brainstormed things so that we can talk through them. If there are questions that Kim or Brian or Kyle could answer, we can get those answered and talk through those. And then the final of those 4 things was to reconsider the checkpoint transition date schedule and see if changes to that are needed based on the conversations from tonight. So we're in that brainstorming session part now.
Okay, so I raised my hand after Kaylee because in my book, she hit the nail on the head for me. I voted remote because I am not convinced that the 2 days asynchronous in a hybrid model are going to amount to any type of learning. I got on the school committee to try to help the educational product that's delivered in this district. And in my opinion, the hybrid, the way it's set up with each cohort having 2 days remote, 2 days at home, asynchronous, just doesn't add up to learning to me. I think that the kids are getting a better education fully in remote right now. That's why I voted the way that I did. I had an extensive conversation with a teacher in Ipswich this afternoon. She's a department head at the high school. She told me that they are in hybrid, but their students are remote 1 day a week, and the other 4 days they are 2 days in school, 2 days streaming what the other students that are in school are hearing. So essentially, she's teaching to her class, her kids, 5 days a week. If Triton could get to that position, I would vote for that type of a hybrid because it delivers a much better educational product. I'm not as concerned about the health issues in light of the numbers and in light of our coloring, but I'm always concerned about what the educational product is, because that's what I got on the school committee for, was to try to improve it. And I think if we go hybrid in the present way that it's put together, we're really going to go backwards. We're going to slide backwards very quickly. You cannot accomplish the same level of teaching 2 days in person, 2 days asynchronous. It just, it doesn't add up for me. With regard to the conversation I had with the teacher in Ipswich, she told me that it was very, very difficult and that every day they're learning new things and developing better mechanisms, better technology to improve it. And, you know, she was sleepless in the nights leading up to the beginning of school because she was really concerned that she was going to be able to deliver. But, you know, bit by bit, day by day, they've determined what technology doesn't work and what technology does work. And she's relatively satisfied with where they are right now in Ipswich. And I think that that's where Triton needs to go. I raised this issue with the teachers during negotiations at the outset, and I was told very quickly that you cannot teach to kids in the classroom and stream to kids at home at the same time. I didn't accept it, but they told me they were the teachers, and I'm not a teacher, so that's the way it was. Having spoken to a teacher today, I still feel that it can be done. I know it's hard. She likened it to cooking a meal at home versus going camping. And I mean tent camping, where you sleep in a pup tent and you cook over a stove. That's how it is in the hybrid. It's hard work. It takes an hour and a half, which you would accomplish at home in 30 minutes. But at the end of the day, the kids are learning. And that's where I think Triton needs to go. I think that's the direction we need to move.
Okay.
Thanks,
Paul. So I'm just going to add you to Kaylee's first point, essentially.
Yep.
All right, Caitlin. You should have gotten a request on mute.
I did it.
All right.
I would like to somehow go deeper into the actual hybrid schedule. What does the asynchronous day look like? What programs are being used? And I know that's a huge question, but if we can break it up into elementary, middle, and high school, I want to see what an asynchronous day will look like in the elementary, middle school, and high school level. And then in comparison to what it will look like when they're in the classroom. And that includes breaks, how they're receiving services, if they do get services, or how they're receiving interventions, and how students are being flagged for need of intervention in a hybrid and remote model, because that was kind of an overwhelming concern I had even voting for hybrid, is how are we getting those interventions and those services met when they're being kind of jostled around between two places. And then also, to go off of Tina's point, I would really like to see if there's a way to expand our high needs list. And I know maybe even using the IEPs and how they're classified, and then the 504s, and trying to get more and more students in the building. And then somehow, I don't know if we can do it, but also have any of our students that are truly struggling at home, if we do not go hybrid and we stay remote, if we can find a way for parents to reach out for help in some way to their principal and try to work. I don't know how that communication would go, but just to kind of see where your thoughts on that are.
Okay, so I'm adding you to Tina's concern about expanding high needs and addressing needs. And then I have a new one for you: what happens in elementary, middle school, and high school on remote versus in-person days, especially for special education. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, and then Maureen, and then I'll come to you, Aaron. Oh, Paul, you're already unmuted.
Okay. So 2 particular thoughts I had. One is I would like to see more clarity around the metrics and what they mean in both directions.
The health metrics?
What's that?
The health metrics?
Yes. It was my understanding, and perhaps I was incorrect based on some of the communications we received this week, that the metrics would trigger a vote rather than trigger a move between models. And I think perhaps if that is, I mean, that was how we did it, that may have contributed to some of the confusion in the public. But I also feel like we need to discuss what metrics would trigger a move back to remote if necessary at any point. Because that's not really something we've gone through. My other concern is with staffing. I I do worry for teachers who are forced to choose between health and career. That's one side of it. The other side of it is, we've already seen, I believe it was Milton, have to go into remote for lack of staff, with people quarantining, with the inability to hire enough subs. I think that's a concern we're going to start to see popping up. And I'd love to be as proactive. I know we've talked about that. I think it would be nice if we were able to get even further, better prepared for that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So the first thing was clarity around the health metrics. What do they trigger, and what are the metrics for going back to remote? And the second one was strategies for staffing in the transition between remote and hybrid, and with potential isolations down the road. Is that accurate? Okay. All right. Maureen, let me unmute you.
Okay. So I would just a couple things. I'm going to also piggyback on Tina's suggestion. I also would like to see a discussion about expanding the high needs group, figuring out ways, like Caitlin, I believe, said, to bring in students that might be struggling at home. I also have concerns about staffing, like Paul just talked about. I have concerns about staffing in the sense of what happens to teachers if we move hybrid that can't come in hybrid. Is there a certain amount of staff that are going to lose jobs because they can't come in for a hybrid model? Also, the current level of staffing. I also toured schools in the last 2 days. I went to the high school, the middle school, and Newbury Elementary. I'm so thankful to the principals who took the time to show me around and just kind of give me an opportunity to see what's going on there. While at NES today, I did speak with Principal Yando about some concerns on staffing, and in particular for times like at lunchtime and recess. My children went to NES. I know that typically they always had like one recess monitor back then, and I asked about that, and I believe, if I remember correctly, she said they only have a part-time recess monitor currently. So if we were to bring kids back, how, I just have real concerns about how students would be monitored at those times of the day if we just don't have the appropriate staff. So I would like to just kind of have some more discussions about that. And then the other thing I just wanted to mention, I've mentioned it in the past, and I just, would love to throw it out again as a possibility of doing a phased-in approach, if possible, to bring in our youngest learners first. I know, Narissa, you stated last time that certainly an argument could be made for every level, but I think that our youngest learners are really struggling, especially our little ones that are just learning to read. You can't read. How are you supposed to even use a keyboard? So I'd like to just maybe discuss that again to see if it's a possibility as we move towards a hybrid model. That's all I have for now.
So what I would like to do is I'm going to add lunch and recess to Paul Mayette's question on strategy for handling staffing, and then keep your separate question about a phased-in approach, especially for the youngest students, as another item, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Erin?
So mine are probably going to fall under Kaylee's, and possibly maybe a little bit into Tina's. So I know with the emails that came out over the last 2 weeks, the introduction of the change in the remote model, the introduction of the change in the hybrid model, it's very different from what we talked about all summer long. That really threw a monkey wrench into the decision making that happened last week. we didn't really have a lot of time to explore why the decisions were made, to talk about some of the consequences or the reasons why the changes were put into place, as well as being able to even communicate to the community as they were having our conversations and our discussions, what exactly it would mean for each family. And I feel like a lot of families right now are scrambling to make a decision without having all the information in front of them available to make a decision for their family. And I feel like that we at least need to explore some of that along the lines of hybrid. If a teacher does decide that they want to engage the remote students at the same time that they're engaging their classroom, is that something that's going to be allowed? Because that is a question that I've heard multiple times over. Like, if there is a teacher out there that does want to attempt it, and when we go back to hybrid, if that's going to be something that is allowed to happen. Additionally, if that doesn't happen and we are teaching with the kids in front of us twice a week, that they have the remote day online, and then the 2 asynchronous days, what kinds of concerns are there with being able to get through all the content? Because I noticed that the state hasn't made any changes to their plans for MCAS this year and the testing that's going to happen. What does that mean for those students? Are they going to be able to get through the material on those 2.5 or 3 days that they have of direct synchronous learning, or are they going to start falling behind in their ability to meet those marks and to get through all of that content? So those are some of the things that I'd also like to throw on there.
Okay. So I added you to the one that Kaylee and Paul Lees are on already about changing the hybrid model and the way that it shuffles the days. I added 2 separate items. One, just the question on teachers wanting to stream on remote days for hybrid, and then a separate one on kind of expected progress in the curriculum, especially with an eye toward MCAS. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Anybody we haven't heard from on the committee? All right. Seeing none, I have one that I'd like to add myself, and that's a concern with the current model about students who are not able to access the remote model, not necessarily the youngest learners, but students that are simply struggling with that kind of access process. Because I believe, you know, it's one thing to look at the current remote model as sort of a 4.5 or a 5-day model, and look at hybrid as a 2-day in-person, 2-day, 3-day remote model. But I believe, based on a lot of the emails that we've received and conversations that I've had with parents, that many students are not able to access the full days of remote right now, that they're simply not able to access the learning. And I know this is a conversation that Brian and I have had many times. You can provide the best remote education there could possibly be available, and if you have students who are unable to access it for technology reasons, or because they're unable to engage for whatever reason, or they're not in an environment where they're able to engage, or because there are mental health concerns that are happening there, then it's still the best education you could possibly give them, but they're not accessing it. And I want to put that out there as well. So I'll add that onto the list. Anything else before we move on to the next? Erin, go ahead.
So as you're saying that, Narissa, would a possibility also be to include them in the high risk list? Is that something that we would consider under that element, or when we have that discussion?
My perception, and maybe Brian and having had conversation, or Kim and having had conversation with the teachers, could give us a better perspective on this, but I believe the number is far too large for that to be able to happen. I'm hearing it very frequently that kids are just unfortunately checked out, that they're unable to engage, that technology is such an issue that and can't be overcome for whatever reason, that they're unable to access the remote model at all. And I believe it's definitely valid to look at it from a student who's in a perfect scenario and able to engage academically and emotionally in a remote model, as them having taking a step down, essentially going to the hybrid model. I think it's also looking at students who are unable to access that remote model, which there seem to be a lot of. I mean, I think we heard from parents tonight during public comment. We've definitely received a lot of emails on this, that they're not able to access that remote. And it may be a step up for them to get 2 full days of instruction and, you know, some more intensive help during those in-person days, or even just really a change in scenery. Sometimes it's just literally being in the classroom that causes that shift. So, all right. Anything else there? We can come back and, you know, we'll be back on this for discussion points. All right. I want to take a break from that for a second and come to this kind of second question, which was, again, I've been guiding school committee meetings and plans and things like that with this idea that that the committee wanted to head toward an in-person model eventually, that they felt like that was the direction that we were going in. I want to confirm that that's still true, because that's, I mean, like I said, that's where I've been at as far as scheduling things. Obviously, this night would have happened anyway because we needed further discussion on this. It wasn't necessarily because there's, you know, a desire on my part to push anyone else in the direction of a hybrid vote, because you all have your own votes. But I called this in part thinking that we needed further discussion, that last week's vote wasn't, you know, kind of the final mark, and that we were going to want to continue to have that discussion and eventually move in a direction where in-person was, whether it's hybrid or a full in-person eventually, was the direction to go in. So I want to confirm that the rest of the committee is going to be there. I'd like to do that on a poll if I can. And I'll take you out of order, and I would just ask for your thoughts on this, because I don't want to be moving the committee in a direction that the committee doesn't want to be going in, just based on past assumptions. So I'm going to ask Maureen to take that one on first, if I could. Let me unmute you. There you go.
Thanks, Narissa. Yeah, I would say that I am definitely working towards getting the students back in person. I mean, I think that's what everybody's goal is, but I know I can only speak for myself, and I don't think that we can successfully educate our children if they aren't back in the classroom. But we also have to be safe, and we have to, we have a responsibility to keep our students safe, but we also have a responsibility to keep our staff safe too. So I don't want people to lose sight of that. But of course, I'll do whatever it takes to, and I'll meet as often as we need to continue on this path towards finding the best way to get our students back in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. Paul Mayette, I'm going to ask you to go next.
I agree that is definitely the goal we want to be working for. I do have concerns about matters that are beyond our control. I do wish I could see the state doing more to make an environment in which opening schools look safe down the line. Right now, I feel good about our numbers. Hopefully the trends that are headed in the wrong direction will stop, but I do believe that that is where we want to be, is in the classroom if we can be.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna, Caitlin, where are you, Caitlin? There you are.
I agree. I think the goal is to get our students back in the classroom in a safe and effective learning environment. The big issue being safe and effective learning environment. So, but I think the goal at the end of the road is to have our students back in buildings.
Okay, thank you. Erin, oh, you're already unmuted.
I agree. I agree that that we should be working hard towards getting the students back in school. I also agree that it needs to be done safely and effectively, and making sure that we're considering the staff and the students when we're making these decisions, and making sure that the programs are right and we're doing the right thing.
Okay, thank you. Linda, lost her. There you are.
I agree. Getting into the classroom is the most important thing for our students. We also have to look at what we asked of our community as well. We asked our community what they wanted. Of course, we want everybody to be back safe and healthy, but we need all of our students back in the classroom. So the community, what they want, has to be a big factor as well. We need to give them the choice as well.
Okay, thank you. Paulise?
I would favor going back to in-person. I would like to just piggyback on what Linda said a little bit differently. She said that all the students back in the classroom. I want all the students back in the classroom that want to be there. I think we need to provide a remote option for those that don't, because there may be a certain number of those, for whatever reasons, choose not to come back. I would like to keep them in the Triton district, so keep an option for that. But all the teachers I've spoken to said teaching is relational, and that's face to face.
Okay, thank you. Paul Goldner, where are you? There you are.
Okay. So I piggyback off something Paul said earlier, that join the committee to try and help with the education in Triton. My goal is safe students, healthy students, emotionally, mentally, physically, all of that, and a strong education. And the mechanics of that are, how do we produce the good education and the good mental health and the social well-being and all of that? The goal is in person. We want the kids in person, and we want them learning, because in September and October 2019, that's the best scenario. So how do we get as close to that as we can? I don't really know how else to say that.
That is fair, thank you. And I apologize, Tina. I was totally mixing up this list. So Erin didn't have to go first, and you didn't have to go last, and yet I accidentally made you last.
And yet here we are. It's all.
You can go first. Next question. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay.
I think I want to echo what the others have said, but I know for me, last week my concern was I wasn't ready to get behind the hybrid model, because I wanted to hear from the staff, the teachers, and the leaders at each of the schools that they felt that they could handle bringing the kids back, and that it would be safe. Three of the things that we had talked about back when we started reviewing the model for reopening in the introduction, and that 42-page document that we spent a lot of time talking about, and I know Brian and Kim spent a lot of time typing up, was the physical safety of the students and staff. After walking through the schools in the past 2 days and having conversations and seeing how things would work if the children were to come back hybrid, and to understand if the teachers would be comfortable, that was really big for me. And I think too, my biggest thing, and Paul Lee's kind of touched upon it, and so did Paul Goldner, is trying to maintain the educational integrity of what we're offering the students. But clearly these are unprecedented times. And I think with that being said, we need to really focus on the social, emotional, and mental health of the students. And I don't want to stand in the way of anyone having a choice. If the committee had voted to go hybrid last week, I would be sending my student hybrid. I'm not afraid for my child to go back into school, and I feel that we need to be transparent with our intentions too. So with that being said, absolutely the goal is to get the kids back in the school sooner rather than later. That is what I would like to work towards as well. I just want the options for the families to be better.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I think it probably goes without saying, but I would also go in that direction, which is nice to know that we're all headed in the same place as a committee. I think my main reason is I think there are other risks to kids than just COVID. COVID is definitely a risk. I believe that we have mitigated that risk as much as we possibly can. I was told the other day that I think that we have one of the best contact tracings, or will have one of the best contact tracing systems in the entire state of Massachusetts by the time that's in place. And I think we've done yeoman's work in that direction. I think the protocols that have been put in places in the schools, I was in Salisbury Elementary yesterday, and just the amount of thought that's gone into it, how to handle bathrooms and how to handle literally we're using that door for this grade and we're using this door for that grade when they're coming into the cafeteria. Those protocols, I believe, are in place. My personal thought on this is that if we have students in the schools who have COVID, it's not going to be within the schools that we're going to see transmission. It's going to be from social gatherings outside the schools or environments that are less safe than our schools are, because I think we're going to be one of the safest places around. And that makes me feel good. That makes me feel like the principals have done their work, that the school nurses have done their work, that the custodians have done their work, that the teachers are doing their work, that the administration that's here tonight has done their work. It makes me feel like the towns have done their jobs, and the health departments who are clearly, I had the opportunity to write to Tracy Blaze and just say to her, thank you for all the work that Deb Rogers has done coordinating getting us a special school contact tracer coordinator and working with the other towns to get the volunteer contact tracers up and running. It's just been a tremendous amount of effort, all moving in the same direction. And I think personally that it puts us in a really good place safety-wise, which makes me move my concerns to safety toward mental health and students who may be in an unsafe place in their home life, and other struggles along that line where we would see harm to the youth in our schools. So I think we're all on the same page there. So thank you for that and for your thoughts on that. I want to now go back to the list of items that we just brainstormed, and I'm going to try and kind of group some of these so that we can hopefully take them together. And I would like to have a discussion on each of these. I know I'm picturing, workshops that we usually have where it's 3 hours and we're sitting around a table and just kind of getting down to the details and talking things through. And we haven't had that a lot lately because there have been so many updates and things have been changing so quickly. And as much as those days were sometimes tedious, I actually remember them with fondness because I felt like we came out of them, with a real direction to go in. And that's what I'm hoping for tonight, is to understand where the issues are, where the concerns are. If we can come up with a plan, then great. And Brian and Kim, Kyle, they're here to join in this conversation as well. And Dave, I'm sorry, I lost him on my screen. I think he's still here. Just have those conversations and make sure that we're kind of all in. So I guess the first one I'd like to do is talk about kind of those concerns. I heard a lot of things about concerns about the changes to the hybrid model, and also additionally along with that, changes to the remote model and the amount of asynchronous time, what's happening on those days. So I'm talking about, Maureen brought it up first, about the concerns of the change in the hybrid. I think Tina's comments about especially K through 2, the youngest students not getting enough time in hybrid compared to the full remote option. We heard it from Kaylee and Erin and Paul Lees on that change from the 4.5 days of remote to really, 1 day of remote, 2 days of in-person, and 2 days of independent work. So I think all of those, if we can handle that first, I think that's kind of the easiest place to start. And I think what I'd like to do, because I am sure that Brian and Kim have had thoughts as those ideas were being brainstormed, is just briefly have them kind of talk about the challenges and also engage to kind of answer questions on those, because I'm, as the chair, I think I hear more of this than other members do necessarily, but I've kind of watched this back and forth. There's just, staff restrictions or resources and buildings and all those things that have come into play here. And I think it would do the committee well to sort of hear that from Brian about, where those gives and takes have been over time and how we landed where we are right now.
So I think, I feel like there are 721 different things.
I know.
And I mean, if we start with the change, right? So the change from, I've heard that several of you mentioned that. I've heard that, talking to parents in person, voicemails, emails, the frustration over the change from last summer, which seems like 3 years ago, but was 3 months ago, when we initially put that plan out now 8 weeks ago, to where we landed last week. It was primarily born out of, Paul mentioned that we are in negotiations with teachers, and that is certainly a factor. Paul and Maureen, and was Paul Goldner, now Tina, are continuing, and we are meeting again tomorrow with teachers to continue discussion. So that is a factor, but that wasn't the primary reason I would say for where we landed. We are still working through, and Kyle is the keeper of the master list of those staff who we know, who we anticipate will not be able to return to the building in a hybrid model. There are those that will make a choice, and there were those that the choice is made for them because of a condition that they have. So that is a I want to call it a reality that we can't control and we need to respond to. So in looking at that factor, the folks who we knew and now know that won't be able to return, as well as the resources and the structure of what hybrid looks like or will look like now with what we've adjusted to versus where we thought we would be 8 weeks ago. For every story that I've heard of people who have experienced the synchronous learning, so in the hybrid model, I think Paul Lees, you mentioned it, in regards to a teacher is teaching and streaming, if you will. So I'm in my classroom, say I have a class of 20, it's Tuesday, cohort A is in front of me, cohort B is home. 10 students in front of me are hearing the lesson live. The other 10 are at home hearing the same lesson. That flips on Wednesday, back on Thursday, back on Friday. In many that I've spoken with and people that I've spoken with that have experienced that as a student, a family, a teacher, have talked about that being considerably problematic. For us, I know it was in the paper, Amesbury mentioned the concern about streaming. So far, we have had no issues. With technology crew did a lot of work over the summer getting us prepared. Unfortunately, still waiting for 950 Chromebooks. that the ETA is any day now, and it's been any day now for 3 weeks. But our infrastructure is solid. Teachers who have been teaching from the school by and large have not had massive problems. Have there been glitches? Absolutely. Are families are experiencing glitches at home? Absolutely. But the infrastructure in the school being able to stream out has not gotten bogged down. If we were to add, take the middle school, high school campus, 450 students to the mix, and all of those students are on devices at the same time while in the class and potentially streaming, there's certainly a concern there. But the value in the hybrid model that we're looking at now is, several of you have mentioned, and I'm certainly not going to remember who mentioned it, but the challenges of those students who are at home in dealing with the technology challenges, whether it's access or capability or just flat out ability to engage that way and learn that way over a screen, to rely on that as the primary instruction for those 2 days of the at-home learning. That was where we ended up shifting in focusing on 2 days of quality instruction where teachers and students are in the classroom together and the teacher's attention is with the students who are there. And then at home, I know, Kaylee, you mentioned concern about it being 2 days of busy work, and that is not the intention, is that not hearkening back to what the spring looked like. And I've heard this over and over again from families that this is very different than the spring. And I'm thankful that I'm hearing that over and over again, because that was certainly the intention. So it wouldn't be that it's just busy work, but it's work to extend the learning from in person in a very meaningful and thoughtful way. But it is more self-paced. So again, we talked about the teachers at the middle school, high school level at the beginning of every block or period would check in live and check in for attendance purposes, making sure that students know what they're doing for those 89 minutes. And then I think, Erin, you asked the question, would teachers be allowed to use that kind of synchronous and streaming model? And certainly we have not said it can't happen. I think there are times that it is appropriate, and that might be based on the content, that might be of a specific lesson, or that might be by age, where an older student that might be more appropriate at the high school level than at a kindergarten level, or it might be the overall subject matter, that in a certain subject matter, the model lends itself better to that type of instruction. So allowed, absolutely. Any teacher that deems that is an appropriate methodology, again, for that lesson, for that grade, certainly that's allowed. But as the primary method, we felt like that wasn't the way to put forward the model that provides the highest quality instruction. I don't know if that generates more questions or.
I don't know. So first of all, I guess I'd like to, can we make an easy check mark here, Aaron, on your question about teachers wanting to stream hybrid? Is that we're good and we're done with that one? I can cross it off the list. All right, excellent, thank you. So I want to come back to this because I think it's a very material item here on the list. Obviously got hit on a lot of points. So I'll throw it out there. I mean, I know it was raised by Maureen, it was raised by Kaylee, Erin, Paul Lees. We heard it, various times throughout here. So I would say, this is the time to have that conversation. So not limited to those people, but whoever.
Can I just end with a question?
Oh.
And I know it's just, I'm sorry. So just as you're asking, follow up, I'd be interested, are there specific things? What is it specifically that the concerns are? Are there areas that you would want to say, hey, Brian, can you go back and look at this? That would be helpful as a takeaway, period. That would be helpful as a takeaway.
Okay, thank you. Linda?
Brian, with the staff that has decided that they're not going to be able to come back, is that going to affect the hybrid model quality that is going to be put forth?
There will be an impact, yes. There will definitely be positions. I can tell you there are positions right now, even instructional assistants currently that are open, that at the moment are open and they're not able to fill. And that's for folks who have would have been working in person with high priority students and are not able to, so are currently out, and those positions are still empty. Kim has called them the super subs. So we do have a bank of super subs, but those are folks who are coming in on a day-to-day basis to fill in for someone who is absent for the day, not someone who's able to take a role full-time. So there will definitely be staff who students are working with right now who have told us that they are unable to come into the building for hybrid. And if we're not able to make an accommodation with them teaching remotely, which obviously becomes very challenging when students are in school, that they have said they will be looking to take leave, a protected leave. Again, they have different types of protected leave based on their condition and experience, as well as a potential accommodation request. So widespread, I would say no, but there definitely will be an impact, and there definitely will be teachers that currently are working with students who would not be able to do so. I will say, as we've looked at refining the full-time remote option, we're hoping to tap into those folks that otherwise can't be in the building. It doesn't work out perfectly that we'll be able to figure it all out, but we're hoping we'll be able to tap those people who have said that they're not able to teach in the building to work with those students who are going to opt for the full-time remote option.
Okay, thank you.
Tina?
Thank you. So my concerns in re-reviewing the hybrid plan and going through it, and not being an educator, not coming from an educational background, which is why I really wanted to hear from you guys and understanding how you came up with it. And I think, especially in the last few days, I've been able to wrap my head around that more, but I kind of want to share the process that I went through with the committee to get to that point, because which is why I was having such difficulty to be able to move forward with this plan last week. After going to the schools, talking to the leaders at each of the schools, and then talking about how this came about, my concern initially was that this plan is not specific enough. And then I thought, well, it's probably not, and you can confirm, and this was my understanding after having those conversations, is because one, we want to be very careful that we're not telling teachers how to do their jobs, because I do believe that they know best. I certainly don't want to tell a teacher how to do their job. I'm not a teacher. And two, that I think maybe we want to leave room to figure it out. And that's sort of how I came to feeling more comfortable with this, thinking, I don't love this plan, but if this is the first step for us to get the kids back into school and see what works, so we can continuously revamp it to make it work better, then maybe we just have to do it, right? It's like ripping off the Band-Aid. Same thing with starting remote. I think the strategy when we voted to start remote was, it's not ideal, but let's do it really well and see what we need to improve on, and focus on that if and when the state says we don't have an option, so we're not scrambling. So now I think this is an opportunity, the way I'm seeing it now, especially in the last few days, to maybe just go in and figure it out. My other large concern with that is how the teachers feel about it, and their anxiety level, and not really knowing what they're supposed to be doing. But that's subject to change too, right? I mean, all of this is going to change on a day-to-day basis based on the staffing and based on what's going on, and how the cohorts are going to change, and how parents are going to make their decisions. So I feel like we're in this really awkward spot where everyone's waiting to make a decision based on what someone else is going to do, but that someone else is waiting on what someone else is going to do. So it's like we're in this standstill. So not that I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about this, but I feel like as a committee, we've done a good job of being really thorough and probably going deeper than a lot of other committees and districts. And I think that's hopefully in the long term that people see that's the benefit and that we care. But I also feel like timing is of the essence in terms of delaying moving forward. Like, I just feel like we just need to do this and we need to figure it out. But with that, my concern is, how are we going to make sure that the teachers feel supported? Because they've already been overworked trying to figure it out and staying up at night. And this is going to make it harder for them, the ones that want to stay. So I don't know if, even outside of negotiations, if you can speak to any of that. And I guess it's more of a statement, but that's just how I feel about.
Yeah, I guess I would say the hardest part in all of this is when we put something forward, when we put something out there, I want it to be a high quality product, right? None of us as educators, as committee members, as parents, as kids, right? No one wants to put out a half-baked product and say, we're just going to give it a shot. I do think we are we just got to take that first step, right? It's that painful, scary, really terrifying first step to bring students back, and with an understanding that it will not be perfect. It will not be as perfect as I want it to be, and there'll be struggles and challenges, and everyone will be frustrated by that. But I do think that teachers will figure it out. To your point about teachers feeling supported, Paul mentioned, earlier discussions with the teachers, and I don't want to go into negotiations or go into discussion about negotiations, but if the concern is about pushing teachers to where they feel comfortable or uncomfortable, if we're going to say universally that streaming is the right model, that will push many teachers well beyond their personal comfort zones. And I would personally say that's going to push streaming. It's going to push a methodology into areas where it doesn't belong, right? So I mean, if we're talking about there are certainly younger grades in certain content where you can't do it streaming. You can't teach effectively streaming because it's about communications, about relationships. So back to the question that Erin asked, when it's appropriate, absolutely. Absolutely, it's going to be a tool in the tool chest that teachers can use when they believe it's right. And that's, in going back to what several of you said, that's trusting the teachers to do their job. And I've heard it from students, from parents, from everyone about how teachers have gone above and beyond to the ends of the earth last spring and entirely this fall, over the 4 weeks now that we've been back, to be creative and in their forethought in finding new ways and watching email chains with teachers saying, hey, has anyone come up with this challenge? Because I found this new great tool. I'm not even trying to think of, remember any of the tools, and they're trying a new way to do things, trying a new way to instruct, to assess, to get feedback from kids. So that's how we support teachers and help them feel comfortable, is unfortunately taking that bold first step and trusting.
Right.
Are you good, Tina? Feel comfortable with that answer?
I do feel comfortable with that answer. I was going to make another comment, but it has slipped, so we can move on.
We can come back.
Thank you.
I know it's hard to keep track. I was trying to write down everyone's questions and brainstorming ideas and keep my own thoughts that were coming to mind. And it's
better you than
really
me.
It's really
glad
hard.
that you were the note taker.
For the record, I am an awful backup note taker because your notes were.
I think I've got it covered. So
I think you do.
All right.
Oh wait, I do remember what I was going to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I guess this is turning into my MO, and I that's what happens when you work almost every day and full days before these meetings. The other thing I think I just wanted to put out there in terms of the concern I had in addressing parents' concerns with this model, that I think I'm going to be a broken record, because I don't want to be that person that said I told you so. But we did get a lot of emails from working parents begging for the 2 days in, saying something is better than nothing. And I feel that to my core. My concern is that they did not fully understand that we were going to go from 5 full days to 2 days, which is great. But those 3 days essentially, or I guess 2, you're on your own. And I think when you read through the plan, that's what it felt like to me. So for me as a working parent, looking at and thinking about logistics and planning for childcare and who's going to have to be there as a support person for my kid on those remote days. And then what if someone in the class gets sick or, we shut down? I mean, last week when we were meeting, we were talking about how a lot of the private schools have been able to go back full in person. Well, last week, one of the local private schools shut the whole school down and went remote for the week. So that wasn't very convenient for working parents, was it? So I think that was my concern in this plan. So my hope is however the committee decides to move forward with this plan, that in reevaluating staffing and things that are going to be changing on a daily basis, because I do have a better understanding and I am more comfortable after meeting with some of the administration that helped come up with this plan, that we keep tweaking it. And I just wanted to make note of that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think even remote has changed. From my perspective, at least, remote has changed since the 16th. It's not, this is adapting. I think Brian, used the putting wings on your plane while you're flying.
Right.
That's what's going to happen. So.
Right.
Give me a second, Erin. I'm going to work my way through the folks that have hands up, and then I know you're on the list, so I'll come back to you. So Kaylee's next.
I was just wondering if you could possibly outline how it's going to be a robust curriculum, because the way that it's reading, it still really sounds like you're going to be doing, if your teacher is having you log in and be on a Zoom for that class, it's still really feeling like you're going to be learning the same exact thing 2 days in a row. And I need clarification on that, because even if we're not physically there, we're going to be doing the same exact work. And I don't know, there's a lot of concern about that going on, I feel like.
So if a teacher was going to utilize a streaming model, right, where if you were sitting at home while the other half of the class was in school, then you wouldn't be duplicating work on the next day, because it'd be new work and you're hearing a new lesson in person, then you're hearing a new lesson streamed, and then so it's going back and forth. If more the model where we're saying is the base, then you have the 89 minutes of instruction in class, your cohort A, on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, you're assigned additional work that reinforces that learning, but it's more independent, autonomous work and self-paced, in not live instruction. I guess that's a period right there, and not live instruction. So that doesn't mean, I think there will be some classes where they'll utilize the streaming method routinely, and others where maybe it's the first in that 89-minute block at the high school, middle school, where the first 20 minutes will be live and streamed, and then kids will be working independently at home, working independently in the classroom, and the teacher's there to work with the students, and then they're there to work with the other students the following day. But it won't be duplicating lessons. You're not going to sit through a lesson in person on Tuesday and then remotely hear the same lesson on Wednesday. It will piggyback.
It just, the last week, that's exactly how it sounded like it was going to be. So I feel like we're still flopping around as to what it's going to be.
Yeah, it will not be duplicating. You won't be sitting through the same lesson twice.
Okay. Kaylee, are you all set? No. The accidental muting. Hang on. Okay. I'm unmuting you again. There you go.
It's so instinctive nowadays.
I know. I hear you.
So I think this groups in with it is the fact that, right now, it's a problem remote, and I feel like it's going to be a problem hybrid. We've created these extended classroom blocks that are longer than the students are used to begin with. And right now we're forcing the students to just stare at a screen for the entire time period. But at the same time, like, if you look back to the recordings of any of our meetings, I can guarantee every few minutes someone takes a drink of water. We won't be able to do that for 89 minutes in class. We won't have the ability to just reach for it. And I know that isn't exactly this sub concern right now, but I feel like I didn't know where to group that in, and I feel like that was the best place to group it. It's not really an answerable question, just something I feel like we need to throw.
So you were saying when you're in person, when you're sitting in the classroom, you're not going to have that ability.
Yeah, she muted herself again.
It's so instinctive to just
hands off the mute button, Kaylee.
Does that mean, so you mean when you're in the classroom, because it's going to be more restrictive? Is that what you mean?
Well, I just feel like there's all the small details that haven't been discussed. I would like to see discussed or outlined in some way, because we had, like, back when remote was being talked about, it was, oh, you're going to be doing your classes, but you're not going to be sitting on a computer all day. We're sitting on a computer all day. So I feel like we need to whatever we do, it doesn't matter if we continue remote, if we go hybrid, if we're in person, we need to have a stricter outline as to what that is. Mm-hmm. Because it's not coherent and it's changing every single week.
Yes.
Yep. It's not really
the changing every week is definitely a fair statement. One of the things we talked about, and I think we talked about this last week, or maybe it was the week before, was making sure everyone has a very clear picture of what the day will look like. And we did talk about that as a leadership team. And I think we talked about it at the meeting, or a meeting, in regards to, we don't want to put that out too early, right? We talked about if we had put that out ahead of last week's vote, when I was assuming we were shifting to hybrid, that would have been a real problem if all of a sudden we were moving down that path and the vote was taken last week. So we're talking about the right time to do that. But, all the schools are looking at ways to share that, images of what a classroom looks like, even creating videos about what to expect, so that when the decision's made to go hybrid, to share those with kids, so everyone is, kids, students, and families, so that everyone's well aware and clear about what it is we're returning to. But there's been lots of discussion about timing for that. And if we do that, if we share that, it's good for communication, but does it convey a message if we ultimately then don't shift to hybrid when the assumed shift was going to be? So, right. But that is absolutely I think painting that picture is a need. Absolutely. We're working on that.
It's mainly just that right now we're asking families to decide if they're going to choose to keep their children all remote without having the information. And I feel like we just need to put all or nothing out there right now. And that's all.
Right.
I guess maybe I should have, this is kind of a clarifying question on that, Brian, but I know like Principal Kelly, especially because he has the oldest students in the district, had been working previously with groups of students to kind of iron out schedules and things like that when they were working on like the block schedule. Is that ongoing? Because obviously students have concerns. Kaylee's voicing it for them.
Yeah.
And I was curious if that discussion is still happening.
I don't know the answer to that. Yep, I can find out for you, but I don't know if there's been recent meetings with those groups. I know that now that the school year started, there are student groups that are meeting again, clubs, remotely, but I don't know if there's been specific questions about that or meetings about that and discussions about that. I can find out.
Thank you. Paul Goldner.
Just on this topic of what that remote day looks like in a hybrid model, I've made this transition this week from remote to hybrid, and I don't know if it would be helpful for the committee to speak to my experience here with that whole streaming or not streaming, and if that's something many would like to hear, I'd be willing to share.
I'm seeing thumbs up, so go for it.
So the way my last week ended with my physics classes, I sort of had to adjust my plans to start off this week on the fly. And this was the first week of having my physics students in front of me. And so I made the decision to try to do something I said I was never going to do, which was to try and stream that live lesson to the whole class, at least for the beginning. And so the first class that I had, I did that, and it was a disaster. The people at home couldn't access the technology in the way that I needed them to access it to do the lesson. I was trying to manage 3 computer monitors and a projector at the same time, and nothing worked. My second block, I said, okay, this doesn't work. And I gave my remote students some direct instruction really quickly, and then switched my attention to the students in front of me, and then came back and went back to the remote students for a little while my students in front of me worked. And that was better. And then the third class of doing the same thing, I started off and said, okay, here's what you're doing if you're at home, and I will get to you when I can get to you. And if you're here in front of me, you've got my full attention while we get deep into this. And that third block was the one that worked. That idea of splitting my attention between the people who are in front of me and the people who are at home, it didn't work. And maybe with practice I would get better at it. But on that first day, I found what Brian is talking about and what we've sort of settled on. Focus on the people in front of you. And if that means there's 5 minutes of everybody together on a Zoom or a Google Meet or whatever at the start of class so that everybody gets their directions, and then people go off and do their remote work and people in front of me have my attention, then that's 5 minutes well spent to get everything set up. But the model that has been landed on is, I think, the one that has the most flexibility and the most ability to work most of the time. Not that it's perfect, but.
Paul. Paulise.
So Brian, this probably won't come as a surprise to you, but you and I are far apart on streaming and not. And as much as I appreciate Paul Goldner's comments after 3 days of trying it, progress is difficult, okay? Getting people to step outside their comfort zones is not fun. Everyone here, everyone at home, all the teachers, everyone's uncomfortable. The only way that we're going to go forward and keep students in our district is to meet curriculum maps on some level, okay? If we do the Triton hybrid as we're talking and as it's planned, I don't see how you're ever going to cover the material in the curriculum maps. The teacher that I spoke with in Ipswich said that she'd be happy to come and show the different technological protocols that she uses to communicate both with the students at home and the students in the class. I would ask Brian what you and Kim are doing to create a white paper to develop professional development about live streaming. I just think it's something that needs to be looked at. I think, yes, the teachers will be uncomfortable. Yes, the teachers will push back, but the only way this district is going to stay current with districts around it is to embrace that and take the difficult step. My 2 cents.
So just to answer that, I would say there currently is no white paper in production. If that is the will of the committee, we can move towards that. But I would say then we need to change course when we meet with teachers tomorrow, because that's a very different discussion. So I don't want to.
But Brian, in fairness, at the end of the last meeting with the teachers, I asked them specifically, the entire group, I said, please speak to your colleagues in other districts and find out what they're doing in hybrid and bring it back to us, okay? I mean, you know, I'm a part-timer. I'm a school committee person. You people are the professional educators, okay? You need to develop a protocol, okay? How we're going to do hybrid effectively, how we're going to live stream in classes where it's appropriate. I think the committee has to embrace the notion that we encourage all teachers to hybrid teach and stream at the same time. Yes, some classes it can't happen in, but let's encourage the teachers to embrace that model so that we can get 5 days of learning. Okay? I mean, if we can't get in person anytime soon, and we have to do a hybrid, let's embrace that model and try to work towards it.
I'm going to say, Tina, Erin, and Paul Mayette, I have seen hands from you all. Is anything in a direct rebuttal to Paul Lee's there, or are we moving on? Is it Paul Mayette and Tina? It sounds like there's a direct. All right, I'm going to do, unmute Paul Mayette first, and then I'll come to you, Tina. Did you get the? Nope. Hang on. There we go. There we go.
Oh, there we go. All right. I would just say that I think the teachers have done a remarkable job so far. And I think, I've heard a lot about trusting them. And I think that's going to be an important point going forward. Support and trust. Find out from them what they need. I think there will be teachers who will want to stream. I think there will be teachers that will come up with other solutions that work. Without going down my path, like personally, I haven't used that. I've blown up my curriculum in a way that I don't have to, that I'm flip-flopping and providing videos on other days and things like that, because I didn't feel it would work, but I'm providing other content in other ways. I think there are, and I'm not saying I'm doing it right, I'm saying that that's what I'm trying right now. I think allowing them to innovate is going to help us see what the best methods will be. I think it's that marketplace of ideas, allowing them to do what they think is working and share amongst themselves as well, will probably lead us to some of the best solutions.
Thanks, Paul. Tina, you had something along that line too?
Yeah, I think Paul Mayette pretty much spoke to it. But I think the key word that Paul Lee said was encourage. So I think it's a fine line between telling teachers what to do because it's worked for another teacher and we need to get to the times versus here's a list of things that we encourage you to figure out if it works for your classroom. I just think we have to be really careful not to tell them what to do and how to do it. And I think they will come to it on their own.
Erin, did you want to add to that too? Yes, hang on.
So Narissa, mine was back a ways to what Kaylee was saying in the statements that she was making earlier about what the remote days look like, as well as the fact that making sure families understand what exactly they're voting for when they vote, if they want to go back hybrid versus going back remote, and making sure that's abundantly clear to them on what it's going to look like, as well as the fact that I know a lot of the families are concerned about the remote because they potentially could have a change in teacher, but I did want to make sure that if I understand it correctly, that to be able to change teachers for the remote students, we would also need to make some adjustments for the hybrid students going back. So there's no guarantee that those individuals will also be getting the same teacher for the same class.
So
if that's accurate.
Yep. So at the elementary level, we would likely have, I believe, 7 classrooms where the teacher is going to, across the entire 3 elementary schools, where the numbers warrant collapsing of classes, and that teacher becomes the remote teacher. So the remaining students in that classroom join another one of the, say, 2nd or 3rd or 4th grade homerooms. So yes, there are 7 classrooms that would be shifted where the teacher would become a remote teacher. And again, it may not be the specific person, but then the remaining students in that classroom would shift to a new teacher. So it could be students, yes, it could be students who are choosing the remote option, as well as students who are in a classroom that's getting consolidated. So even though they're choosing to return to hybrid, might end up with a different teacher than they have right now, but it would be confined to 7 classrooms. And the alternative is hiring 7 new individuals. And that,
no, and I understand that, and I
Yeah.
think the communication piece of it is the part that we had the hiccups with over the last 2 weeks. And that was like even just down to the communication of what was going to happen at our meeting last week, or what the remote plan was going to look like. My full anticipation based on the email was a little bit different than sitting in that meeting that you guys had together. And I know it raises anxiety levels across the communities, and that's where we get the rumors started and people start making comments publicly that may not be accurate. So I just want to make sure that when we are presenting these plans to the community, that they fully understand what it is.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I think communication is an ongoing topic of conversation, shall we say? Because it's hard. It's really hard not to overload families with too many communications, or something that's so deep that it's almost inaccessible, right? But make sure that you're getting the points that are going to be most salient to all the individuals across. It's really hard to do. And I think it's a work in progress. I'm hopeful that, we'll continue to work on that down the road. But I agree. I mean, there was just so much information coming out over the last 2 weeks. I feel like it comes in waves. And we were on a wave. And, that's hard. It's a really hard thing to go through. So I think that'll
So
be
can I ask, was it the document, like the written document wasn't clear enough, or the delivery, was it too dense? And so therefore then the message wasn't teased out, or is it a video explanation?
So I think a lot of people didn't go into the document to figure it out. They just took a look at like a quick, people only read so far in certain documents or certain emails, and they've already made their decision, or they've predisposed an idea and they don't continue through the rest of it. And I think a lot of that happened, and they didn't go over to the document to figure out what exactly it was. And are making decisions based off of that. And that's what I'm seeing in comments, or hearing in comments or responses or questions that are coming to me, that people don't fully understand what it is and they're making assumptions on it. So I'm worried. I'm a little worried about that too.
Can I hear you say it's going to take a video explanation so that I can watch Brian's head explode? Sorry, Brian.
Well, I will say that we do have a lot of video explanations because people can go in and take a look at our meetings, and I know they're long, but we do talk about it quite a bit. So, Brian, I don't know if I saved you or if you do still need to go do that video explanation.
No, I mean, that's a genuine question. Is
right.
It's always a balance of providing too much information, or is it a different way to share the same information and then, attempt brevity, but then does everyone get the details they need? And to your point, Narissa, absolutely. This has been, this is like fire hose, right? Trying to take a sip from the fire hose.
Yeah.
With all the things that just kind of fell into place and came into focus over the last 2 weeks. And so it's trying to find that balance between overwhelming and under-informing. So if the communication was unclear, then I just want to know what you would suggest we do differently. And I want to do it differently, right? Whether it's creating short 90-second videos, which I had some great ones last week ready to go for hybrid, or any of those. Is that what you think is helpful? That, the 30-second snippets?
So,
for 30 snippets.
It almost would help, Brian, if you gave us like bullet points up front of the important items that you're going to talk about, and then go into it later. So people know up front what they're going to get out of the message and they don't turn it off.
In the emails, you're saying?
In the emails, yes.
Okay. So did you notice, I don't know if you saw today, the message went out about the follow-up for the remote option?
That was better. That was better because you said if you're this, then you need to, or you don't need to.
Ignore it. If you want to keep reading, go down to the bottom. Okay.
Yes, that was much better.
Okay.
But I will tell you that hybrid email, it didn't come to both parents either. It only came to my husband. So I had to have him forward it to me. I mean, the remote email didn't come to me. So I didn't get the message. I never got the message. But no, I didn't. I don't know why. But even reading it and hearing the confusion, everybody thought it was only the Florida plan being offered across the board. That was K all the way up. that was the only option if you wanted to do hybrid. So there were a lot of people on edge going into that meeting on Wednesday.
This is last week we're talking about, not today.
Last week,
Okay.
yes.
Sorry. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's helpful.
Okay. I want to just go back real quick, if I could, before we move on with Linda a little bit more, and just go back to the point that Paul Lise had made earlier and Paul, Maya, and Tina had followed up on, and say that I 100% agree with Paul, Maya, and Tina, that I think it's very reasonable for the district to have sort of these basic expectations about what's going on, but it very much needs to vary by class, and it very much needs to vary by teacher as well. And honestly, I don't see how we go into hybrid without allowing people to innovate and figure out what works, because once we take away their flexibility and their ability to adapt and to try new things, we're limiting the education that we're able to provide to students. And I would be 100% against trying to mandate it down to the level that we take that away. I think, like I said, I think base expectations, great. I think trying to mandate anything, I would be totally against that. So I just wanted to put that out before we came back. Go ahead. Did you have a follow-on on that, Erin?
On that, and just encouraging them to try it, because if the encouragement is there and they build up that confidence, then they might find the solution for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and be able to share it with others as well. Or coach people who want to move in that direction. I guess this is, being so involved in education online, but there's so much discussion out there about how this is the time when the reins are really off and people can have that chance to try new things and find new things that resonate with students and make the changes. Try a flipped classroom if they haven't before, right? We're being forced to make a change already. So now it gives you that freedom to try new things. And I would love to take advantage of that. If we have teachers that are willing to take advantage of that, I think, that's a wonderful thing to do. Is to just say, come in with where you're comfortable, but if you are in a position to innovate and to then share that, I think that's a wonderful thing to have happen at this point. So I don't know. That's just my take on that. So I guess we're moving on. I'll go to Linda. Oh, you're already unmuted.
Yes. I was going to say some of those same things. Is we have some incredible teachers in our district, and whether we're going remote or parents are going remote or whether we're going hybrid and families decide to go hybrid, I think teachers will adapt. I think students will adapt. I think the teachers will rise to the occasion for whatever it is needed, whether it's remote or hybrid. I just want to reiterate that Brian, Anna Bates, Mrs. Croto, they will adapt as well. They will give our teachers whatever is needed to the best of their ability to have our students learn. And we just have to let them choose what they want to do.
Thanks, Linda. Did you have a new item that you wanted to bring up there, or was that just the addition on to what had already been said?
Oh, I can come up with a new idea.
Well, I don't want to move on from this discussion of kind of the logistics of hybrid yet, right, and their effects. But I didn't know if you had something else that you wanted to say along that line.
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Kaylee.
I just wanted to jump to the point that Erin had made about how her husband had been getting the emails and she hadn't. At the beginning of the school shutting down, the committee had said that, and Mr. Forget had said that the students on the high school level would receive emails that were being sent to families. This whole time, we have not received any of those emails. So if that could be looked into again and possibly addressed, especially since the whole hybrid versus staying remote concern is something that impacts the whole family I feel like the students should get that information too as it comes out.
Absolutely. I will look into that.
I think it's valuable. All right, Tina?
I just want to say, since we're talking about communication, that I think it's really important to remind the teachers, the families, and the students, I think especially to Kaylee's point, because communication is so important, that it's one thing to say we're doing the best that we can and trying to do better, but I think setting expectations in terms of if a parent or a student has a need that they communicate and they don't hear back, that they reach out again or they find another method of communicating. My concern too is getting to a point where maybe teachers or parents are not feeling heard. And I don't think that's intentional. Like I literally feel like, you know, Brian and Narissa, you guys have been doing everything that you can to communicate, and I know I'm on information overload. So it's like you get to a point where you can't process any more information. I mean, the meetings that we've been having, and so those emails coming through, and people process information differently. And I feel like as a committee and as a district, we've been trying. I'd like to say that we're doing the best that we can, and I think it's probably better than most. But I think my comment, I guess, to the general public that's listening, and I think something that we need to remind ourselves as a committee, and giving, I think, Brian a little grace really, is that and we see it in parents advocating, you know, across the board, is that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So I just hope that if there really are issues that people feel like they're not being addressed, that they do continue to reach out, because I think it's important. And I feel like I'm stating the obvious, but I feel like in this climate, I think people need reassurances, and we need to keep repeating it, because they're going to miss it. And they're going to miss it at every meeting, and they're going to watch an hour and log off, and they're going to watch this meeting and not that meeting, and they're going to get this email and not that email. And the reality is that emails are going to slip through the cracks. They just do. There's so much information coming at all of us. So I think to that point, I think we just need to remember to tell people that, not make the excuse, but, you know, try to do better. But I think on the other end, people have to take accountability for communication, and that it does go both ways. I just want to make that statement.
No, I would agree, Tina, and I've had that conversation with many parents, that if they don't say that there's an issue, then the issue can't be addressed. And I think that parents are so used to teachers being able to see that there's a problem directly from their student, and teachers, you know, are also used to seeing it directly from the student, that when that's not there, it's just a gap, and that gap has to be filled by students to teachers, students to parents, parents to teachers. I mean, that has to be what steps in, whether it's in remote, or whether it's in remote days in a hybrid model. You know, that's going to make a big difference, I think, in how things turn out in the long run. So, all right. Who's next? Anybody? Any other comments on that one? Can I, because I think it is kind of a nice segue here. I think this is probably a Kim question, going to Erin's question about the expected progress in the curriculum, especially MCAS and hybrid, since it is, again, this schedule change. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So as you know, the state came out to basically say that we are still going to give the MCAS in the spring, as we have done in the past few years. The goal for the teachers is to get through a year curriculum within the time frame that we have this year, which means that when we move to hybrid, you will not be receiving half of the curriculum, meaning that you will be moving towards activities that support whatever the teacher is doing during the in-person segment of that hybrid. And just to, I know there was a couple of questions too about elementary, middle, and high. And I think it's really important to understand that a learner at the elementary level is going to be much different than at the high school level. So it certainly is not one environment that's going to fit every particular kid. And even saying that, thinking about Even the best remote model is not going to fit every single child. Even the best hybrid model is not going to fit every single child. And I think the whole idea about identifying those students who it is not working and potentially bringing in is really a powerful thing that we can do. But in regards to how a teacher could potentially set up at the elementary level, what that hybrid would look like, is that when we think about teaching, we think of a model called the gradual release model, where you go from, I'm going to show you what to do, and that could be certainly done in person, to let's do it together. Still could be done in person or potentially hybrid. And then I'm going to give you an opportunity to practice it at your own. And the hope is that practicing on your own is what would happen during those days that they're not in with the teacher. So just trying to plan around that type of structure within a regular lesson plan is going to help teachers. And as far as how they actually do that, that's where teachers, where their expertise is going to come into play. They've had a lot of, not a lot of time, but they've had a fair amount of time to really fine tune their remote teaching. When they come in person, I feel like that's their place of comfort, right? When they're working with the teachers. Now they're going to be able to layer on everything they've learned about remote learning and what works and apply it to a hybrid situation. I think for some of these districts who started in hybrid, they did not have that opportunity to focus on that remote time to find out what platforms worked well with kids, to find out which kids were struggling with it, to find out how best to keep that two-way communication. So we were able to do that over the last 2 or 3 weeks. And if there are any group of educators that are dedicated to this, it's absolutely clear that this is what I see. So when given that opportunity to go hybrid, I think the experience that they have gained during this remote time, they're going to take that and apply it to a hybrid situation. They're going to take that gradual release of responsibility, that framework that we know that good learning happens is, and they're going to start to move things around and position them so that they're going to continue to meet those students' needs and objectives. Will we get to the end? We don't know, right? We don't know, but we're going to try, and we want to do more than just throw curriculum at them. We want them to learn through this process. It has to be quality. They have to just not be exposed to that, but they have to really understand it. And so that again could look different at the middle and the high school. You could do more synchronous learning there, but I certainly wouldn't recommend it at the younger grades. But I also think that we need to give teachers the opportunity to figure out what is going to work best for them within their content area, and what is what's the topic or the issue that the goal or the objective that they're trying to see. I've been observing classrooms and walk through, and they're very different depending on what the teacher is doing, the topic, and also the teacher's comfort level. I've gone into classrooms where they have so much equipment set up, I'm afraid to even enter to throw off some type of cord or trip or whatever. And they're doing a remarkable job. And others have a Chromebook in front of them, but they're able to work through their curriculum and kids are interacting. That's not to say, though, that there are certainly some kids out there it's not working, right? It's not working. And we know that not everybody is expected because of the situation that they're in. So we need to do a better job at getting out and getting some of those kids in now that we've had that opportunity to see how it is impacting them. So I think as far as the schedule looks like too, Erin, we talked about the schedule for hybrid is going to be different just because you're going to have to rotate through lunches, and we're hoping to get the specials being in a regular schedule, right? So what the kids are doing in the day at hybrid, the hope is that, or the plan, what we've talked about is during those remote days, those students would also be following that same schedule with check-ins too, because we're not going to just say, all right, we'll see you in a day, good luck. There's going to be certain checkpoints along the way that we want to make sure the kids are engaged. But are they going to be doing some self-directed activities? Sure. But there also are going to be, I truly believe that there will be opportunities for the teacher to check in, just like Paul had talked about. He checked in with those remote kids. I'm going to get started here. I'm going to get you guys started. But the majority of my focus is going to be with the kids in the classroom in front of them, because they could be the ones who are learning the new material. And that's where the teacher's presence is really important. Where at home, it's hopefully some guided practice or some independent practice, or they're previewing or reviewing something, which is also part of that learning cycle, which is really important as well. So I really believe that the teachers will do everything that they can and they have been doing, and working with each other, as when they do encounter some things that are not working, they are going to support one another, and they are going to ask for resources and different professional development to help them along the way. So I do think, though, having that few weeks of remote has given them an opportunity to really get a handle on what works in that particular setting and how they can adjust that when they're in hybrid. So I kind of went off a little bit, but did that?
It was Erin's question originally, so I'll let her. Does that answer your question? Satisfactory?
I think it does. I think the explanation of why the decision was made is helpful. We didn't really fully understand that last week, as well as just making sure that we did put that out there, that sort of thing, to give families at home an understanding of why a decision was made and why a choice was made to swap it out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
To swap out
what we had talked about all summer. We were talking about trying to do so that we would minimize the disruption, and that we would only be making a choice like that if we went back full versus someone that was committing to staying remote full when the whole entire school went back full time.
Right.
Yeah,
you mean thinking?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm still you mean the reason why when the remote option changed?
Well, the remote option, as well as why the hybrid option had changed from the lesson still being taught, and then the asynchronous learning at home with the assignment, while the teacher focuses on the classroom working on whatever the rest of the assignment is for the day. Because we had spent a lot of time during the summertime talking about minimizing the impact on the students, making sure that the kids were able to stay in their cohort groups throughout the entire process until we were going back full time, that sort of thing. So to be able to hear the explanation as to why the shift, as well as what we're looking at to accomplish, is helpful.
Okay. Got you. Sorry, you froze a little bit. So I think when we originally started down the path of creating that remote option, we thought that they potentially could be joining in their classroom and just staying with the class. What we realized quickly is how much work it takes to provide a high quality remote situation. And then we also know it's going to take some time for the teacher to provide a quality education for the kids that are in front of them. If the kids who were remoting in on that third track, that would be another, almost like a separate cohort that they would have to plan for. And I think they could do it for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, but I also think that the teacher burnout rate would be extremely high. And knowing that it would be best to focus on this particular model, meaning the hybrid model, instead of a hybrid model and a full remote model, would be really challenging for teachers, right? So we then at the elementary level said, well, we can just use a remote teacher, because what we're seeing happening is as families make that decision, whatever is best for them, those numbers of kids that are in that class are starting to deplete, right? So we started maybe even with a class of, say, 15, and now we're down to maybe 12, because some of those kids went to a private school or they're homeschooled. So now when you have 12 and we have some of those who could potentially be going and doing the remote option, we're looking at a really small class. And so what would make the most sense at this point is taking those teachers who have been really successful in that remote model. Their classrooms are very, very small, and then having them be that remote teacher, still in contact with the other grade level teachers, still using that same curriculum. So the shift is, yes, they might have a different teacher, but the curriculum and the experience and all of that is still going to be the same. And that was the main priority of what we were trying to do in the summer. It's not their same teacher, but it still will be one of the grade level teachers. It also might not be from that particular school because we don't have enough available in that sense, but we certainly wanted to make sure that we gave them an opportunity. The other piece is, depending on how it works out, we also, if some of those kids still have connections to their previous class, they could still participate in their opening meeting from their other class, or they might form their own bonds with their own new class, and that kind of takes on a life of its own, and that's where their connections are being made. So the other thing we talked about is also just not having a transition, or having a transition, so they're just not moved into that particular environment, and all of a sudden one day they look and there's all new people on the screen. So just being sensitive to that, but again, making sure that they had a similar experience. So if they ever did wanted to go back in person, they might not be in that teacher's classroom that they were in previously, because that teacher might be the remote teacher, but if not, there's no reason why they couldn't go back into that particular classroom.
Thank you.
Just be that one remote teacher. So, yep.
Yep. Thanks.
And honestly, the biggest thing I would say, Erin, is just because of the numbers. Like, we didn't anticipate all the kids that would end up leaving the district for various reasons. That was just totally out of our we knew we would lose some. We didn't realize we would lose as many as we did.
Mm-hmm. Do any of the committee members want to follow on that point of discussion? Because I'd like to tie in Caitlin's question here with Dave McGee, because I think we've addressed her part of the question about what happens in elementary, middle school, and high school on remote versus in-person days, right? We've kind of probably hit that, but you had some questions specifically about how that would be done for students who had special education services. So let me unmute Dave, and hopefully he can kind of address that real quick.
Did I hear the exact question again, please?
Caitlin, do you want to?
That was a while ago. So.
I know, it was a really long time ago. Caitlin, do you want to rephrase, or do you want me to?
The question is, now that you have, so we go hybrid, you're going to have kids remote 2 days, in-person 2 days. You're going to have students full remote going. How's that going to work? It was more specific before, but right now the struggle is real, trying to get all the services put in place with scheduling conflicts, asynchronous learning, synchronous learning, people in, people out. Right. So how are we maintaining services for children that already have them? And then how are we identifying students that may need interventions and more supports because of the way that hybrid's working and then the remote's working for them?
Yeah, so that's certainly a challenge, and that it's ongoing as things change. But the bottom line is that we're responsible for providing services to all our students, regardless of the model that the parent chooses. So it does become more complicated when you're trying to do two different models. Even now, we have special ed teachers or therapists that are servicing students in the school, and they're servicing children remotely. So that challenge is going to remain there. We have been able to bring in some extra resources. So I do have, we've been able to contract with certain companies or bring in extra special ed support or teachers moving forward. But regardless of the model, that's going to be a challenge moving forward, because it's obviously, when we're in person full time, not saying that it's easy, but it's a lot easier to sort of schedule kids, and the therapist can work out schedules, and it's because kids are in house all the time. So I think we're just going to have to work with whatever the decision is. Then at least we know what we need to start working on with our teachers and therapists. But it is going to be it is going to be an ongoing challenge to figure out how do we provide all those services? We've also had an increase in students who are homeschooled, and if a student with a disability is homeschooled, we are still obligated to provide services to that student. Now, again, they're not exactly the same as they would be in a public school, but we still need to provide resources and teachers to do that. And so I've had to look outside the district to contract with some different providers because our teachers are sort of at the max in terms of what they can handle at the moment. So yeah, I guess the bottom line is we have to, once we, and I know we go back and forth in terms of, but once we know exactly what every parent is choosing, then at least we can go forward and try to plan out for each student, depending on the parent choice. So.
I would just add in there, I think if a student is staying fully remote and there was a service that everyone agrees can only be delivered in person, then we can't be held accountable for not providing it if the student's not coming in, right? I mean, we will do everything. Like Dave said, we're looking outside, inside, outside resources and being creative. But the goal is for those students who are going to choose to stay remote or need to stay remote, that we're creative in finding other ways to provide the services. But it might not look like the typical services unless a family chooses to come in for specific services, right? It may be host just muted me.
Sorry, that was me. Accident.
Get the power.
I'm not buying it was an accident. Come on. So anyway, so that's, yeah, I think that's a point that we need to delineate. One other thing, and I don't know if this is, I don't mean to take your list, Narissa, but the concept of bringing more high priority students in.
Yep.
We've talked about that, and absolutely all of the principals were saying, can we do that? We absolutely can. The challenge becomes, if we've got cohort A, cohort B coming in on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or Wednesdays, Fridays, if that group, that high priority group that's coming in every day, can quickly tip the scales in regards to the ratios that we've said we can maintain with a 6-foot distancing intact. So if in a classroom, it ranges, again, depending on the room across the district, somewhere between 12 and sometimes 16 in the bigger, larger classroom spaces, that we can fit students in the room with the 6 feet of distancing. If we've got a class of 20 and we've got a cohort of, 2 cohorts of 10 and the room fits 12, but there's 7 high priority kiddos in that class, then we're going to need to have more than the 12 it can fit each day because those students are coming into the building every day. So the draw or the thing stopping us from bringing in more high priority students is not a desire to bring those kids in. It's the capacity to meet the social distancing requirements at 6 feet. So, and I'll also rope in, I believe it was a Tina question about bringing pre-K to 2 in more frequently, and whether that's in a phased or what have you. Same thing. We've actually been talking about expanding pre-K, and I would be proposing to you when we make that shift, bringing pre-K in back to their regular schedule. I'll say a full day, but it's a full preschool day, so their half-day program. If they're a Tuesday, Thursday morning, bring them in for the full morning like they used to. I think it's 2 hours and 45 minutes rather than the shortened day. And then kindergarten, we've been trying to figure out how to do that. Again, we come down to cohort sizes, so we can't bring in all students every day and still fit them in the classroom with the 6 feet of distancing. So the 2 ways you can achieve that is AM, PM. Cohort A comes in the AM, cohort B comes in the PM. Some districts have done that. If we had set that up, that would be very different. I've spoken with several families now who, parents who have suggested that, and I've said, hey, informal poll here, what if we went AM, PM? If you get selected for the PM, does that pose a problem? And I've yet to have anyone say, oh my gosh, I can do that, because that midday transition for anyone dealing with daycare is catastrophic to planning, right? If someone needs to be free midday to bring their child to or from school, that becomes a deal breaker. So what we've been looking at now is remain a half-day program by and large. So Monday is a synchronous remote day, half day. For cohort A, when they come in on Tuesday and Thursday, rather than bringing them in for the regular half day, bring them in for the full day. So if I'm a kindergartner, I'm going to have 3 remote half days, but I'm going to have 2 full days in school on my Tuesday, Thursday, or Wednesday, Friday. And then we've said all along, 5-year-olds cannot do a full day of remote, any type of synchronous work. That's just not developmentally appropriate. A full day in school is appropriate. So 3 half synchronous days, the Monday with the whole class, and then their off days, Tuesday and Thursday or Wednesday, Friday, and bring them in for the full days on the days that they would be in. So we're moving towards that. I think we can logistically do that. From a transportation perspective, all the different perspectives, I would not be suggesting we come back and adjust and go back to tuitions at this point. I still think we're calling it a half-day program. We're just, maximizing the time with them in the building. First and second grade becomes a problem because we go back to cohort sizes again. And if the classrooms fit 13, I love the idea of bringing those kiddos in every day. I just don't know how we do that without spaces and expanding spaces and adding educators to bring those cohorts in.
Right. Caitlin, did you have a follow-up question on that?
I did, and it might have been covered and I might have missed it, and I don't even know at this point. So I apologize in advance. When the whole school is remote on Monday,
yep,
right? What about the pre-K kids that go Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Are they now strictly Wednesday, Friday? Or are they going on Monday?
They're completely separate. So preschool program is not part of, in Massachusetts, the compulsory K-12 education. So they operate on their own schedule and they're in person on whatever days they're in.
And you've already answered that because I actually remember you saying that at some point in time in life. So thank you.
You're one step ahead of me because I remember the questions.
Sorry.
So Dave, while we've got you here, because I think this is hopefully an easy one. There was a question about, since the majority of them, I believe, are special education. What happens if the district shifts to remote because of a high number of cases in the schools? What's the intent for what happens with those high-risk students that are currently like they're in now?
Right. So I guess if because of an outbreak or because of medical reasons, we have to shift everybody back to remote, then we would have to go back to the remote learning plans that we had put in place. I mean, they would be more robust, but back in March when we had to do everything remotely, we would have to then re-engage the families and provide those services remotely. I mean, that's meaning if every student is not allowed in the building, like if it's out of our control.
I think that's a case-by-case basis. So it's public information now. So Pentucket has had 2 cases. So they, for Thursday and Friday, are shifting to fully remote. So they had a case over the weekend and another case on Monday, and they've identified, I think the letter said 25 close contacts within the building. And so they said, you know what, working with our health agent, we're just going to proactively, Thursday and Friday are remote. We're going to get all this tracing done, make sure we have all a sense of how far and wide this is spread, and then get back at it on Monday. So in that case, yes, we would say no one's in the building. Everyone is remote. If it was more widespread than that, and if it was like Boston has decided to delay. So if we're talking about weeks of delaying, we would shift back to a much more robust, like Dave's saying, right back into those remote services models.
Okay. And just to clarify before, Pentucket accuses us of spreading that information, it's Pentucket High School is my understanding, right? It's only the high school?
Yes.
2 cases were at the high school. They've had cases elsewhere, but are not.
It's just the high school. Right. So that's a good point. So that it's not the district that is shifting to remote. It's the school while they address the issue at the school specifically. So thank you for clarifying that. That's a good point.
Yeah. Just checking before I get a phone call or a Facebook message before I even hop off the meeting, because that happens.
And I would get the phone call first.
Yeah. Erin, go ahead.
Can you give us an understanding of how many kids are in each school right now that are actually going to school?
It's around 40 to 50 at each elementary, a little higher at Salisbury. I believe it's around 60. I don't have the exact number as of this moment in time. Do you know the exact numbers, Kim? I want to say it's around 35 at the middle school, and it's around 65 at the high school. At last I looked at the numbers.
You said 65 at the high school?
Oh, 65.
Okay.
So as far as capacity now, if we were staying remote, we've got capacity to bring more high priority learners in. But again, with the eye toward shifting to hybrid, we just have to be careful, because if we're going to maintain bringing them in every day, when we shift to having half of the population in every day, those numbers skew our overall numbers pretty quickly.
So would we consider shifting them in on their cohort schedule then, if that was possible, so that you don't take the slots for the other students on the opposite cohort day? And if I'm not asking the question in a proper way, please ask me to explain.
So do you mean shifting them in now on their cohort day?
So if we identified additional high priority students that potentially could benefit from coming into school, would we consider offering those individuals to come in? So say they were cohort A and they were scheduled when we come back hybrid to come Tuesday, Thursday. Would it be a possibility to bring them in Tuesday, Thursday, so that you're not throwing off the Wednesday, Friday kids?
So you're saying in the interim until we're hybrid?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yes, that is possible.
Okay.
Yep. Again, so we were looking at this as a shifting towards hybrid. So didn't want to put anything in place that would be in place.
Right. No.
Yep. But yep, absolutely. We can take a look at that. Yep.
Okay. Before I move on big topics, does anyone, I mean, I know there are probably still standing concerns about hybrid and the way it's set up. Are there committee members that want to come back to that and continue to voice concerns? Or is there a feeling like the discussion tonight has alleviated some of that? Is there more needed or more information needed from administration? Especially the folks that kind of voice that. So I'm looking at, Maureen's question about the hybrid model, Tina's question about K through 12 and K through 2, and those youngest students not getting enough time in hybrid compared to remote. Looking at the Kaylee, Aaron, Paul question again about the hybrid model and the number of days. Looking at Caitlin's question about the scheduling in elementary, middle school, and high school on remote versus in-person days, and especially special education. And then I think Aaron's two questions about expected progress and streaming. Do we still have ongoing concerns about those? I mean, I'm trying to get a flavor of where the committee is at, if there's additional action or exploration needed on that. Can those, especially those who voiced in with those concerns, kind of give me an idea of where you're feeling on those? Maureen, I saw a half a hand there, so.
Sorry. No, I think it's been a very helpful discussion, and I appreciate Kim kind of picking through it and giving us a better sense, and Brian, your thoughts as well, and Dave, I appreciate all that you added too about the special needs students, because I think that's a big concern. I want to sort of just also say that I think Aaron's suggestion is a great suggestion of possibly bringing back more high needs students in the interim before we get to a hybrid model, and putting them in their cohort so we don't throw that off. So I just kind of want to, support that idea. I think it's a great idea that Aaron brought up. So That's sort of where I'm at right now.
Can I ask you, well, oh. Sorry, I'll ask you to unmute again, Maureen.
Sorry. Quick,
Are
like
you
Kaylee
thinking
says,
of
I'm quick to
Are you thinking about that as more of a phasing model? I mean, I know that that's kind of a separate conversation that we've had, but is that part of going hybrid, or are you literally suggesting that high risk stays separate, we're saying the district stays remote, and it's just identifying an additional group of kids?
When I talked about, brought up phasing in, my idea is that you bring in the students, and I mentioned that, the youngest students are really struggling and at risk with our early learners. So, I don't know if we discuss a phased in, if we maybe include Erin's idea with the special ed students and the kids that are on IEPs, and talk about our first graders and our second graders as well, and kind of lump it together.
In more of a phasing approach is where you're headed with that. Yeah. Okay. The rest of the folks who had raised this as a concern, are we feeling better? Where are we at? Do we need action? I mean, that's one of the things I want to know, is if there's action required at the end of this meeting, something that needs to continue to happen as a follow-up or whatever. I want to know what that is now. So again, I guess I'm looking at Tina and Kaylee and Paulise and Erin. So I saw Tina's hand first, so.
I guess I will just suggest to the rest of the committee, also for the sake of time, because I know we're trying to get better with these long meetings, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. And that's okay, because I feel like we're finally having constructive conversation without feeling like we're under the gun and having a ton of information thrown at us, and then being like in school and tested on it unfairly, and then being forced to make a decision that, we're not ready to make. So I don't want to stunt that, but I will just say the opportunity that I had to go into the schools, and I realized with everyone's schedule, that's obviously they're not gonna have the same opportunity, but I think even scheduling a call with Kim or Brian or Anna Bates, I know it was helpful for me to sort of unpack the plan and how they arrive to it and get a better understanding of it, so that I could essentially get behind it. Because that was the challenge I had last week. It wasn't in regards to the metrics, which I know we ad nauseum discussed as a committee over the summer months. It was the plan that I was having a problem with. Yeah. And how do we help the most amount of students? And last week, I could not wrap my head around how we were doing that with this plan, with the time that I had to review it.
Okay.
And so I would just suggest that schedule one-to-ones with these people, and maybe it might help.
Yeah, just as a committee member to help understand. All right, thanks, Tina. Kaylee.
I'd definitely like to see just the outlines clearly put forth together. Like I'd brought up how we need the information on hybrid to be able to make the decision on fully remote. I just feel like it would be helpful if all of that information could I know that it's not at the point where we can just send out everything, and sending out too much information can be harmful. But at the same time, we need to send out some information, I feel like. It just needs to be outlined somewhere, somehow.
So can I ask this, because this is just going on feedback that we've received in the past and kind of where we're at right now. Kaylee, do you think it would be helpful, and I don't want to, I'm sorry, Brian, I'm going to volunteer you in advance here. One of the things we had heard earlier was that the discussion forums, those 6 discussion forums that we had heard, that we had were really, really helpful. I'm just wondering if it would be helpful to have a high school student oriented discussion session and about specifically about hybrid. Like, what does that look like to get questions answered and to get kind of the facts out there? And then maybe the same thing on a parent level for all grades, to just again go through what it looks like, so that people who are interested have a really good understanding of what that looks like. And I know it's one more thing on your schedule, and maybe the high school one's even a Patrick question.
I know from a student level, I think it would definitely be helpful to have the information, but scheduling it could be very difficult, because the majority of I wouldn't say the majority, but a large number of the high school body is either involved in something after school or they have to work.
Sure.
So if there was a way that it could be scheduled, I know that it's out of our control really, but if a block of like educational time, like we used to get pulled for like grade meetings and school spirit stuff, if we could use time that used to be used for that, maybe to go over something like that. I'm not sure, but I think putting the information out there would definitely be helpful.
Sorry, Brian.
No, I think it's, as Kaylee was saying, I think it becomes challenging with the schedule and then getting all students to participate, and certainly wouldn't be 650 students all in one meeting. But even, I know there's class meetings and, using that kind of format. I think that honestly, the video production is probably an easier way to get the message out. I know Patrick has been talking to Bob Lathrop about using the VTV crew in creating some how-tos. And I think a series of those would probably be better, because Kaylee, her peers, you can all just watch it. If it's a 5-minute video, you can watch it, follow up with questions. And you can watch it if it's on midnight and that's what the time is, or if it's 6 a.m. or if it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon when you have the moment to watch it. I just think that's probably easier given everyone's schedule, because it becomes an on-demand. So I definitely I chatted with Patrick and Bob about that, and we'll.
Okay. Yeah, I think anything like that that can help answer those questions, probably, right, Kaylee?
Yep.
Is that, yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll go back to that question. Are there ongoing concerns or actions that we feel like need to come out of this? I know I haven't heard from Erin. I know Caitlin had some questions around this. Are we feeling pretty good? Do we want to move on? Is there additional concerns or work needed here?
So can I ask one more question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense for how many families haven't responded to the survey yet? Is there a need to is there surveys out there that haven't been responded to for families?
So the only survey that's out there right now is families opting into the full-time remote option.
Yep.
Other than that, there's no outstanding survey. That just went back out today, confirming the remote, or the elementary, we knew what it was, but confirming that it's a separate class at the middle school and it's the Florida virtual at the high school. So that went back out today, asking folks to families to commit to that by next Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. So that we can run with that as of next week. But we're not expecting everyone to respond, so there's no way to know. We've tried, everyone reply either way, whether you're a yes or a no on any specific question, and we still end up with, out of 2,300 students, we still end up with 300, 400, 500 that don't respond, and so we can keep reminding. So on this, we've gone the approach of, if you want to enroll in that remote option, please complete this survey by next Tuesday. So no, we don't know how many didn't. We'll keep sending reminders and get it on Facebook and social media and send another reminder.
So there's a chance that we might find out that somebody just didn't respond to the survey but doesn't intend to go hybrid.
Yes, and we would have to respond to that. Yep, and that's the thing too. Even the message that went out today, drafting that. I forget the language I used. It was in the message that Kim sent, and I was suggesting a final, something about
final commitment.
The final commitment. And there is no such thing, right? Because at any point in time, families can opt into this, and with a 2-week notice can shift back to hybrid. So there is no final commitment. We're putting this program in place based on the numbers that we'll have as of Tuesday and are moving forward. And if parents opt in later, they might have to wait a week or two for us to be able to provision that and get everything ready. Especially at the high school, we're talking about the floored virtual and that. But other than that, there is no definitive, there is no deadline per se.
And I know just from conversation yesterday that Jim Montanari, when I was at Salisbury Elementary, said that they've had parents that have asked about remote, and if they didn't show up on the list, apparently they're reaching out to those families, the caregivers or parents, to see, if it was an oversight that they didn't respond or if it was, intentional, and they would intend to stay hybrid when the district goes hybrid. And I believe he also said that he was looking at the previous survey versus this most recent survey as well, and looking at those, because it was responded to per student, those students that have been included in the first survey but not, I'm pretty sure he said that was the case as well. So at the school level, I believe there's some additional follow-up just based on their personal knowledge of kind of where people are at.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, so I mean, principals definitely are having obvious, with teachers and routine conversations. So yes, anything that's not jiving with what they know from families, they've been reaching out and communicating.
What if we come into the situation where somebody says that they want to do hybrid but never intends to send their kid to school? Are we going to then tell them they need to shift over to the remote plan?
I mean, we have to handle that with like a truancy, right? So we would approach that family and say, you need to have your child in school, and if they're not sending them in, then we would have to move them over to a remote model and attempt that. And if a student or family continues to not engage, we're required by law to make sure that students are in school.
And then can you talk to us about the remote assignments? Because I know I'm not trying to revisit the spring. I'm sorry, more questions are coming to mind. Not trying to revisit the spring, but the disengagement that we had last spring where students were given the assignments on the asynchronous parts of the day, the accountability for that. What does that look like for the handing in their assignments?
So in the structure that we've put forward, and Kim, jump in if you want to, in the structure, specifically at the middle school, high school, we talked about the fact that each block, right? So it's a block schedule, 89-minute blocks, four content blocks every other day. At the beginning of each block, there is a synchronous expectation. So if you have a block, if a class starts at 7:42, you're expected to be there live, if you're at home with the rest of the class for attendance, kind of setting up the day, right? You guys at home, you're going to do work this, and maybe I'm assuming that there'll be many teachers who would then circle back at the end of the period or in the middle of the period. And so that would happen at each block. So students are having to maintain that same schedule. Certainly, if they're working at home and their pace is quicker than other students, they might finish work and have a free moment before they have to log back in for the next class or what have you. At the elementary, we also talked about multiple check-ins per day. There aren't periods, but at the beginning of the day into that first learning block, that second learning block, and the later learning block in the afternoon, to check in to make sure that students are engaging. We can't keep them on the exact same schedule at home, but the routine expectation. And also too, we had a lot of discussion with teachers about in the spring, we were posting assignments to get done over the course of the week, right? That was and to some degree, it came across as busy work. Now, if teachers are teaching and they're assigning homework at the end of a class like they would a normal day, students have to stay engaged and participating, and they get that assignment and they work on that, and then they're in the next day and maybe it's remote. So the whole pacing and structure of it is, no, it's not going to be a school day at home exact, but the thought and the purpose behind it is to keep kids engaged over an academic day, and so that they have to stay engaged. And when students are not engaging, teachers, did I say teachers are engaging? When students are not engaging, teachers are letting the administrators, principals, assistant principals, all the support staff know. And then we have all kinds of resources that can reach out to the families. And there are those that we know it's a struggle to engage, and those families continue to be a struggle. And there are some that are new, right? And so we, address each of those situations as unique one-off situations, because each one is different.
And I could just quickly just add about, like, as far as work, when the students complete work, at the middle school and high school, the expectation is that the teachers are still putting into Aspen every 2 weeks, I want to say, grades and updating that. Progress reports, I believe, are going home. I think it's this week for the high school. So they are grading materials. It should be updated into Aspen every 2 weeks, just like it would be if we were in person. As far as the elementary level, I know just by, again, kind of being around and watching, some of the teachers are asking people to take pictures of certain assignments that they really want to get their eyes on so that they can actually see, and then just making sure that they can find the time, and because they are really putting a lot of effort and energy into creating these lessons and keeping kids engaged, as Brian was talking about, but also then looking at the work that they're doing and then making some judgments on where those students are at, and giving feedback. And I know that is one piece that we're looking at, trying to think about how much of that should we be providing feedback to, and then how often do we communicate out to parents. We, again, are going to be passing out report cards. They will be standards based. We might combine and prioritize some of those standards. And also just keeping parents informed about the students' progress. I can tell you at the elementary school, I know it's they spent a lot of time getting schedules, procedures set up, but also just doing some of those online assessments so they could determine where the students were at. So I would say in the next couple of weeks, the parents should start to see more work being delivered home, or some type of communication being sent. We also are looking to see that even the online platforms, which reports can be shared with parents at a regular basis. So I would say that's our next thing that we really need to think about, and really set some expectations around what is communicated out to parents, how often at the elementary level, just because they have been going at a slower pace, just because they needed to get the students acclimated. But as far as grading and feedback, middle school and high school, things should be updated every 2 weeks. And then at the elementary school, they should be getting some information about their students' progress. They're still finishing up a lot of that assessment that they were doing remotely, but that information will be forthcoming in the next couple of weeks, or I would say next week, for the parents.
Okay, thanks.
Does that answer all your questions, Erin?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yep. Pauline. I think I just unmuted you. Yes.
So just to echo Erin's concerns about the educational rigor of the asynchronous days, Brian, would it be possible to get more information on what exactly you would expect from the teachers to ensure that the students are doing worthwhile things on their asynchronous days? Like, for instance, if the Tuesday cohort is sent home homework at the end of the day on Tuesday, is that homework due by the end of the day on Wednesday? Is that something that the teachers would expect?
I don't know the answer to that. I can certainly get examples, but there wouldn't be a universal answer to that, right? Going back to the teacher autonomy, some teachers might assign things and they know what they're going to assign each night, and it's due on Friday. There might be some that are assigning at the end of the class, and it's due if you're in on Tuesday. It's going to be due when I see you again on Thursday. Some, it needs to be submitted by the end of the day Wednesday, and that's part of the work that they're working on the next day to continue the learning. So I can get some information, but my guess would be that it's gonna vary greatly from teacher to teacher, within a grade level, and then from content area to content area, and certainly age to age. Yeah. I can get more examples. Yeah.
Good, Paul. Is that something you can have relatively quickly, do you think, Brian?
Define relatively quickly.
Is it within a week?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know if you meant by the time, by the end of the meeting tonight.
No,
or-
no. I just was trying to get an idea of, whether that was a day, a week, whatever it was going to be. So, okay. Kaylee.
My main question, I'm not sure if we've addressed it so far or not, but it involves the Florida Virtual School. Have we fully addressed how we're going to be adjusting for the students that are currently in a class that the Florida Virtual School does not offer? Because there's a list of foreign languages, electives, and sciences mainly, along with a few different hosts of English school classes that are not offered in any regard by Florida Virtual. So I was just wondering what the process will be like for that.
Is that a Brian question, a Kim question?
So you want to jump on that, Kim?
Sure. So we talked about that there are going to be some classes that the virtual school does not offer. And depending on how many students are enrolled in that, depending on what the classes and the elective and when it is that particular transition point is, could that child be continue to be integrated into that class, that specialized class that is not being offered through the virtual school? So it's a possibility, yep, that they still would be able to. Again, we need to look at the numbers, the type of classes, the reasons why, and then obviously check in with the teachers to see if that would be a possibility. We certainly do not want to deny kids access to any of the classes that they already are enrolled. That would absolutely not be our intent. So if we can certainly work through those situations, that would be obviously our priority.
So did that answer your question, Kaylee?
So basically there is no answer yet?
Not until, when we can look at the schedules and the kids, and because we're going to have to take every single schedule one by one and then look to see what courses are offered in the Florida Virtual School, and then look to see again how many kids are in that particular section. For the most part, when you get into those specialized areas, the classes are small, and that's why I'm hopeful that we will be able to kind of accommodate those specialized classes. But again, without having the numbers and knowing who the students are and what their schedules are, I just hate to make a blanket, yes, we can do it for everybody if there are incidents where we can't do that.
Just because we're asking students to say yes or no before they're knowing if they can even still take the same classes that some kids have planned since freshman year for their senior level classes. So. I think
some of those families are reaching out directly to you, right, Kim? Or Anna, right?
Or
Anna. I know a ton of students have been talking about like, oh, am I going to do this? Am I going to do that? I don't know because I can't do this. I can't do that with it. So
yeah,
I don't know where to find answers for them. So
I think Kim and Anna are the people, and to go back to that, we need to keep the communications lines open. That's one that definitely needs to be open. So I would recommend that if people have those questions or are hearing those questions from others, that Kim and Anna are the place to go, because obviously it's going to be case by case, and they can kind of drill down into what's going on with those schedules. That makes sense. Sorry, Kaylee, I hate to make you the messenger.
Yeah, I was going to say it's. There's also the possibility that some classes that are currently remote, and as we shift to hybrid, will work better remote, right? So instrumental can't meet in person in the building. But I know there's creative ways where some of those classes or singers or those are happening remotely, and it might actually be better to continue remotely. And so that fits perfectly. So it truly becomes a case-by-case, one at a time situation. But to your point, Kaylee, about people making a decision, if people make the decision to shift to Florida virtual and then find through that process that they can't get all the classes and decide before they even make the formal shift, you're not bound by that. So there's no danger in moving forward, asking the questions, pursuing it, and then if it doesn't work out, there's always the opportunity to shift back in. And for the families where it isn't an option, right, there really isn't a discussion because of medical concerns, we'll we'll stay the course with them and do everything we can to make sure that we get every course that was currently on the docket through Florida, or creatively using our own staff, making sure that we provide the courses.
Okay, perfect. All right, any other questions, concerns about kind of that hybrid schedule? All right, there are a cluster of questions that were around staffing, so I want to move on to that next. And I think, I mean, maybe this is, again, best one that's sort of handled by Brian, and then we can go back to questions from the committee if that's needed. This was questions around strategies for handling staffing in the remote to hybrid switch, and with isolations, how that might happen, lunch and recess, and how staffing would be handled for that, things that aren't necessarily either not as many are needed now, or they're not at all needed now, with there's just the higher risk students that are in there, but would be definitely needed in hybrid. And questions about, where did we go? When we go to hybrid, Linda had brought up the loss of teachers that could potentially be there, and how you intend to cope with that. Can you, you want me to hand you those one at a time?
I think I could do the last couple, and then
okay.
I'm probably going to have to force feed the rest. So as far as I can tell you, the quick one in regards to the staffing, I think you said was it you that brought it up? You're talking to Jim, or someone was with Beth today, or mentioned
Maureen was with Beth.
Maureen was with Beth today. That was something I haven't had a conversation with principals in several weeks. We talked about that need, and we were doing some work on that. I don't have an answer for that for you now, but certainly something we'll look back into. And we had committed to find a way to provide those additional supports if they were needed. The staffing, I think I addressed this a little bit earlier in regards to, there will absolutely be faculty and staff that there have been some that have stepped away. There are some positions that are open right now, no classroom teachers, but certainly instructional assistants that we're attempting to hire and are not finding any person to replace those IAs. There's another, I don't know, call it in the vicinity of a dozen people, I would say, Kyle, who we're fairly confident that are classroom educators that are not going to be able to continue when we shift to hybrid. So we have those positions open. They've been posted. Some of them have been posted for a month, 3 weeks. Some of them we have some viable candidates for. Some of them we have no viable candidates for. Some of them we had some viable candidates, and they vanished because they took a gig in another district. So there will almost definitely be gaps with staffing that are going to be filled by day-to-day subs. And we're going to continue doing our best to advertise. School Spring is the monster.com for teaching roles and jobs. So that is the place we go to find our largest candidate pool. So we're certainly doing everything we can to find candidates, but unfortunately, similar to the Chromebooks, we all wanted Chromebooks at the same time, so the whole country is waiting for Chromebooks. So now we're fighting with the same candidate pools that are filling in roles in Pentucket and in Amesbury and in Newburyport and Ipswich and Georgetown. So we continue to work on that. We've got, you can see on the website, if you look at the employment opportunities, there's all kinds of positions posted. You might even be able to make some assumptions based on those postings, but it's a confidential process as far as those individuals that would take the leave, and there's no timeline we can necessarily require. If they have a right to an accommodation or a protected leave under FMLA or FFCRA, then they have a right to that leave, and if they've got the time and the protected leave, then they have the ability to take that leave. So again, looking to use some of those positions creatively as we look to backfill the needs for the remote. We should start calling it the remote academy, the full-time remote option at the middle school and the high school, and hopefully use some of those folks in some capacity there. But it's still a moving puzzle. And at this point, I would say it's becoming more clear. Kyle's actually kind of reconfirming for about the fourth time now with principals what accommodations we can make. So if on a remote Monday, if someone has a childcare issue, and their schedule allows, because they have planning periods at certain, say they're a middle school teacher and they have a planning period at the end of the day Thursday, and then it's a remote Monday, and they have a documented childcare issue that we have to accommodate. We'd much rather say, okay, or they have protected leave. We'd much rather say, great, we can keep the person if we can allow them to teach remotely on Monday since students are remote, and then come in late and teach remotely on that first planning period. So working through all those details now about what we can accommodate and everything we can accommodate so that we can keep our educators here and employed, and working with our students, we're doing everything we can. So that's what the kind of the task this week is, going through that process and identifying exactly what we can and we can't accommodate. And then unfortunately having some difficult conversations with folks to say, there's no way we can accommodate the request because, you know, there are students sitting in your classroom and we need you here. So I think that was 2 of the 7 or 8 different questions that you asked me.
I actually think you touched on them all. I don't know if anybody had any that were highlighted in there that they missed. I was trying to go back and forth through my notes as you were talking, and you kind of bounced around, but I think you hit them all. Linda, did you have a question that's related to staffing?
Yes, I was wondering with the capacity of some of the teachers not coming back, going hybrid, is that going to affect the high-risk students or the more students that come back that have IEPs and 504s, not having IAs and things like that?
Yes. I mean, that's just a fact. So there's I know several at Newbury Elementary, and I believe, Kyle, is at Pine Grove, there's an opening that hasn't been filled. I believe there's one at Salisbury Elementary. Openings that are currently posted where we don't have someone. Actually, there isn't one at Salisbury, I don't believe. So is there a potential impact? Yes. We'll find a way to provide coverage. But if we don't have an individual, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. So we're still doing everything we can to find the long-term replacements for these individuals. But there will be some impact, yes.
Does that answer your question, Linda?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say this, it's limited at this point. It's a small handful of individuals that we haven't been able to replace at this point.
All right, Paul Goldner, you're up next.
Sort of similar question, but more substitutes. And Paul Mayette asked a little bit about this last week. But if we do have a cluster of teachers that has to quarantine for 2 weeks all at the same time, I know we have our super subs, but are we going to be able to cover if we have a student who tests positive and is in a lot of rooms or has a lot of related services supports, and all of those people have to quarantine? Is it basically going to be, okay, we're just kind of covering this and making do with the least possible, or are we going to be able to really cover with people who are capable?
I would answer that by saying I don't believe that we currently or will in the future have enough substitute and subcapacity so that regardless of the role, the special educator, physics teacher, 3rd grade teacher, fill in the blank, that we would have a person who is licensed, ready to go for any of those positions. That will not be the case. So in those situations, yes, we would have substitutes. Hopefully, and again, we built a list of super subs, but there will absolutely be situations and times where we don't have the perfect candidate replacing a current educator.
Does that make sense? Paul, are you good? Or do you have a follow-up question? Do you want me to unmute you? No, you're good. Okay.
And can I just add, so creatively speaking, right? So if it ends up that a classroom and a teacher at the elementary was quarantined and had to isolate, we could shift that whole class remote, and assuming that the teacher was well and just asymptomatic. And so we would certainly look to be as creative as possible, and in any way possible make sure it's our educators working with our students to the greatest extent possible.
That makes sense. I think a lot of this is, I'm guessing, case by case basis. We don't know until we don't know, right? I can say even just watching cases over the past week or so in other districts, it's just mind-boggling the way that they seem to roll out, because sometimes it's massive amounts of educators and small amounts of students that end up being a close contact, and sometimes it's the other way around. I know I saw one case in, I think it was Monomoy, that ended up with 80 close contacts, which is just, I don't know how that happens, but you know, it's just, it's something you can't anticipate when we know that most individuals in the building aren't going to be in close contact with that many other people. So. Okay. Any other questions on staffing? Are there concerns left open with staffing other than the unknown that we can't really affect, which I know definitely could affect someone's vote, but I'm not sure that there's a whole lot we can control along that line right now. Is there anything controllable or actionable that's going to remain open as a concern around this for people's votes? Seeing heads shaking. All right. So Kaylee, were you getting ready to ask a question, or you just, yeah? I think I just asked you on mute. Yep, there we go.
The one thing that's going on right now that I think we need to keep in mind is that the high-risk students aren't with teachers. They're with IAs. They're with our staff, who gets paid much lower than the teachers do to take on more students than they normally do in an average year. So it's just, I think along the lines, next negotiation, it's going to become problematic, and we need to start assessing that sooner rather than later. I don't know how to word that properly, but yeah. So
I know that Unit B has already reached out, because they reach out through me to begin negotiations. So both TRTA Unit A and Unit B will be going through working with personnel and negotiations to go through that this fall. So it's gonna be right.
We've been in negotiations all fall.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, those are the two groups that I know are in.
Yeah, no, that is you know, what you were referring to, Kaylee, is Unit B, and I would just say duly noted.
Yes. Tina? Oh, sorry, hang on. There you go.
Just doing like a quick check-in. What's our meeting schedule for next week? Do we have something on the books? Because I'm wondering in terms of our effectiveness to continue these conversations tonight, because it's getting late. And I will go for as long as everyone wants to, but I'm just wondering if.
So can I say we're almost there? I think
Okay.
I have lots of orange checks on my list, so we're working our way through. I don't think it'll be too much longer, and I want to leave that for the next point of discussion, which is the schedule, so that we can figure out kind of where we're at on that point if we can.
Perfect.
So considering staffing to be closed, I want to move to, I think the next big thing is kind of health related. So I'm going back to Paul Goldner's statement about new cases in Massachusetts, community health concerns, and asymptomatic transmission, and Paul Mayette and just Paul Mayette. His concern about clarity around the health metrics, what do they trigger, and when we would go back to remote. So I think I'll kind of handle, because I think it's been talked about briefly in previous meetings, but the metrics were written so that they could go in either direction. That was, I mean, I'll say I wrote the bulk of them, and that was my intent when I wrote them, is that if we're entering a week or possibly a couple weeks in a row where there are high numbers of community cases that are passing that threshold, I think we had talked about this, the decision to bump back a model will be up to Brian, because it's going to have to be an on-the-minute decision. It can't be the school committee meets in a week and a half and we're going to call a vote there, right? That's, I think, just unreasonable. So it's going to have to be a much faster decision than that. I mean, I think evidenced by Pentucket's, you know, I don't know what their situation was there, but I could envision, you know, if we had even a handful of cases where a source wasn't traceable and our school nurses were concerned about that, escalating that to Brian and Brian making a call similar to Pentucket's based on that. I have no idea what Pentucket's was based on, but a situation like that, or a significant number of cases in the schools. Obviously we have some metrics set there, but I think that's going to be, you know, Brian in conjunction probably with our health departments and our school nurses that are making that decision to go backward. Am I speaking out of turn there, Brian?
No, I mean, I think it would be similar to what Pentucket did. They called an emergency meeting to make a quick decision. Ultimately, they didn't take a vote. It was an action by the superintendent to close down the high school for Thursday, Friday. So I think all of these one-offs would be quick reactions to the data as it's presenting. Certainly, it would come back to the committee, emergency or otherwise, if we were saying we need to shift back to remote. Right? If we're in hybrid and for an indefinite period of time, we need to shift back to remote, that would be something we'd bring back to the full committee.
Okay. Yeah. But you'd make a split-second decision on the spot. Yes.
Yeah. So for the immediate decision would be made, and if it's going to become a long-term or indefinite, that would be coming back to you.
Okay. And just the question about checkpoints and what continues to happen with those. I mean, we can adjust checkpoints. I think you're always, you know, we've had this conversation, right? Everybody agreed earlier that we were headed in the direction of going to a more in-person model. So I think we continue to hit those checkpoints and the decision points. If a decision is made to go to hybrid, right, the next one is to go to in-person. There are obviously some significant obstacles to returning to a full in-person model. I know, you know, some districts are kind of doing a phased-in approach around that, where they're trying to sneak some groups of students in on a more frequent basis, that type of thing. But I think, you know, to my thinking, that that schedule, whatever it happens to be, kind of stays in place so that we're having those conversations periodically. And you know, if there are steps to be taken and the committee determines that as part of those discussions, then those could be. If not, and it's just a straight, you know what, you know, we're at this point where we literally cannot fit more students in the building at 6 feet, and that's the way it is. And you know, that's kind of the dead stop right there. Then those are relatively quick conversations, I would say. And, you know, and they're just happening periodically because things can change. We don't know what's going to happen down the road. So does that answer your question on that one, Paul, Mayette? You want to, and I'll unmute you.
I guess I just wanted to be clear that the metrics, and this is how I understood it anyway, so tell me if I'm wrong, please, that the metrics allow us to have that conversation, but they don't automatically. So, you know, I see so many extenuating circumstances in so many districts around the state that I'd be concerned about having any metrics automatically trigger anything.
Yeah.
Was I incorrect in my interpretation of that?
No, I think you're right on that, right? That's the basics for health, right? We're still having these conversations. Clearly, there were obstacles that stood in people's way where they didn't feel like they could, even if we were meeting health metrics, that they didn't feel like they could vote to move toward hybrid. So there's always going to be that vote as part of the process where other things are taken into consideration, I think.
Right. So
does that help?
Yeah, no, and I think it's good for the public to hear that as well, because I'm sure that caused some of the consternation.
It's clearly what happened. So. Okay, and I want to come to Paul Goldner and new cases in mass and community health concerns. I don't know if you want to expand on that a little, Paul, just briefly, or if you, I mean, we can open up the discussion, or you want to expand on it a little? I'll unmute you.
Thank you.
Yep.
So right now, and correlating to the beginning of September, And then again mid-September. Massachusetts and Essex County in particular, case numbers are going up. And that correlates with the opening of schools. Now, the hope with sort of our contact tracing and testing requirements is obviously if something happens, can we get a handle on it? But as the state continues to open many things up, are there now so many things open that big things like schools have sort of tipped it over the edge and we've lost contain and the ability to contain on kind of the state resources level? And watching the numbers steadily climb and doubling in the 3 weeks since students have started going back into schools really makes me concerned that we've lost, as a state, the ability to contain. And so something that I'm looking at right now is this curve going to trend back down over the next couple of weeks? Are we containing it? Or is it just going to keep going up and up and up? So that's my concern, because this is an issue of community spread. Every contact, every cluster of people creates new vectors for spread, not just between those people, but between those households, and then wherever those people and households work. And this week we see we've gone from 23 red communities to 40 red communities. So, virus does not stay in the community it's in, it goes new places. And even if we're low now, if there are more and more and more communities that our families work in, or that our teachers and staff are coming from, we just keep increasing that risk. And if we do have an outbreak, is the state's capacity there to contain it? It is really a question I have right now.
I mean, personally, I think that's a fair question. I said it earlier, and I think I would stand by it, that I think students are far safer in our schools than they will be most other places, right? Just from my thinking, from what I've seen, and from kind of the spread. I don't even know what those things are called. They're like they almost look like a flower blossom, and it shows you literally how they spread from person to person in a specific cluster outbreak. I mean, those are happening where there's close contacts, right? Where there's no masks, where there's poor ventilation, where there's, I'll call it risky behavior, people sharing drinks, that type of thing. And to my thinking, I mean, we've put every measure in place that we can get. Is there a point in the metrics where we say, it's not safe to have the students in our schools, and because the risk is so high that if there's one oops during the school day, or in the case of, an entire school of children, maybe 20 oopses or whatever during the school day, that we have a higher risk and it's maybe not worth having students in there? My opinion is yes, we might hit that point, right, where community saturation of new cases is high enough that we would have to pull back. But personally, I don't think we're at that point right now. And like I said, I have more faith in the protocols and the procedures that are put in place here, as far as that's stopping a spread, than anything else. I think it's far more likely to happen in another environment than it is in the school buildings at this point. I think, I can't remember who it was I had heard on the radio today, was making the point about, case spread within, within universities, case spread within universities versus cases that were happening outside universities, but they were being detected as part of a university. So it was happening with, 5 students that were in one particular workplace, and that was where the spread was happening, but it was being assigned to the university, even though the university had protocols in place. I mean, I would think that would be the same situation for our schools. We've put all the protections and the procedures in place, and we're going to be safer than a lot of other environments that our students and our staff will be in, I think. So I don't know. That's just my take. Anyone else from the committee want to speak up on that one? I'm seeing no takers. All right. I'm going to assume that that stands as an outstanding concern for you, Paul, but I'm not seeing that from a lot of the rest of the committee, at least for right now. Is that fairly accurate? I think. Paul Mayette? Yeah. Go ahead.
I absolutely share the concern. The only thing that allowed me to vote hybrid last week, I was not really prepared to before looking at this, was the study out of Brown University that was in the Washington Post, I think on the 23rd, that seemed to suggest that the spread within schools was lower than the spread within communities, within their surrounding communities. And I sat with that and played with the data that they had in there. It remains a concern because I'm looking at the same numbers that Paul Goldner is looking at, and I'm really uncomfortable about them. But I also am trying to assuage myself that is there. So that gives me some faith that we can observe the surrounding community before it becomes a school issue and make decisions before it becomes a school issue. I don't know.
Okay. Thanks, Paul. Paul Goldner?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Narissa, that in the classrooms 6 feet apart, wearing masks, the buildings are well ventilated. They're safe. It's just kind of this stacking more and more things on top of each other. And there was the article at the end of August, maybe we can't have Disney World and schools. Mm-hmm. It's not necessarily Disney World, but maybe it is restaurants or whatever, and they're all valuable.
Oh, we lost your audio, Paul. We lost your audio, Paul. I can try remuting you if you want, and then unmuting you, is it working? Yeah, let me try that.
I'm going to stop my video.
There we go.
Helps.
Okay.
Turning off my video. There's so many things, and they're all valuable to be open, and it remains my concern, and it's the frustration I kind of had all summer. Schools are really fundamentally important, and if we really wanted schools to be open, maybe we shouldn't have opened up as much this summer as we did, so that adding schools on top of it wasn't one more problem. That said, I do fully agree. Our schools are as safe as we can make them, and there's not much more we can do there, or that we even should try to do.
That's fair. All right, thank you. Linda?
The only thing that I think we can, our schools I think are safe. I think the only thing that we can do is reach out to our community and just tell them how important it is for them to wear masks. Mm-hmm. I've said it before that all of us don't work in the confines of our 3 towns. If we did, we'd be okay. But people got to be vigilant because we all work in those red districts or alongside people who are from those red districts. So it's incumbent upon our community to keep our schools safe.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. Absolutely fair, Linda. Thank you. All right. Any other comments, questions on kind of public health and community spread? You're turning your hand off, Linda. There you go. Oop. Whoa. Hang on. Accidentally went full screen. All right. There we go. All right. Not seeing any others. All right. Let's see. I have Paul Goldner as medically compromised and changes in education and reintegration. I am not sure Brian's prepared to comment on that, since that's probably a long way down the road, and I'm guessing it's going to be wait and see until we get much closer to that date about how essentially any remote academy student would be reintegrated into whatever kind of the mainstream model is after being a lengthy time in remote. Am I accurate in saying that, Brian?
Excuse me. I was going to say, I don't remember the exact, was it the concern about the health? Because those students are primarily, in many cases, are immunocompromised or making decisions because of their health or a family member's health. Was that the specific concern?
So I can unblock Paul, but my notes on it say concerns about medically compromised and their change in education and reintegration far down the road. So.
Yes, it's a long-term concern. We have a population of students who are medically compromised who have family members who are medically compromised, and I can no longer talk because it's 11 o'clock. But
we're going.
But we have that 15 to 20% of the population that when we go hybrid,
Oh, we lost your audio again, Paul. Hang on, let me try muting you and unmuting you. Still don't have you.
He disappeared.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Ah, there we go. Yep.
Okay, great. So we know we have 15 to 20% of the population that we're going to separate from our general population when we go hybrid. And they're going to get different educational experiences because of their medical conditions or their family members' medical conditions. And that's a long-term concern, but it's there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair. I'm just not sure that it
So
can
I'd
be in
say
any
yes,
way
that
addressed right now.
Been a top priority at this moment in time for 27 hours and every day.
All right. I think that is it. Is there anybody's question that I missed? I'm just trying to look down and make sure that I've got checks on them all. We didn't talk about, Maureen had talked about a phased-in approach, but I mean, I guess we can come back to that at this point, or that can be a conversation for down the road when we actually get to a vote point, if that would please the committee, which I think would be my preference, is to not handle that tonight, but when we're actually at a table ready to take another vote, that's the point that gets handled. Is that okay with everybody? I am seeing some nods. All right, so we're going to go with that one. All right, so that's everything on the concerns list. So my next question is, because I know these discussions are going to be ongoing for a long period of time, but I feel like I am hoping everyone's feeling like we made progress tonight. My next question is, do we want to consider a change to the schedule of the checkpoint dates and the transition dates based on our discussion tonight? And I'll say the current dates would be the checkpoint vote being on October 28th and the shift date being on November 10th as of right now. And I will poll, and I'm calling on Tina first because I promised that the next poll, not knowing that this would be it, that she would get to go first. So
now I get to go first?
Now you get to go first. And I'm going to choose everybody else in a different order.
My feeling based on the discussion tonight and the time that I've spent over the last week meeting with people throughout the district and reevaluating everything is that I think we do owe it to the community and ourselves to move up that checkpoint date.
Okay.
And another thing I want to mention, Narissa, not to go off topic, but if the committee does vote, I'm just going to put it out there, if the committee does vote to go hybrid, I think we need to consider too, in terms of putting our money where our mouth is and having our meetings in person again. And I'm just going to put that out there right now.
Yeah.
I think it's only fair.
Fair. Brian and I have had that conversation, and there are both logistical hurdles to that and the potential that, depending on how it's done, it could cause a very quick last-minute cancellation of meetings. So if we tried to literally move everything in person, have the public in person and all of our members in person, or at least those that were willing to attend in person, if we hit the capacity of the space that we were in, we literally cannot hold our meeting. Just like if we had hit 501 people attempting to enter this meeting tonight, we can't hold our meeting. And I think that's a concern given the spacing that we have to have. We could try a, call it a hybrid approach, but
so they do have that set up at the high school and the library that I saw today when I walked through with Patrick in terms of testing, doing like a live stream Zoom for, so we would essentially be trying our own live streaming the meeting and having the Zoom option where people could come in if they wanted to make public comment. I think it's worth looking into.
Yeah, and we can definitely look into it. I think there are pluses and minuses to both. So, I mean, I guess it's something we can talk about down the road, but yeah, and we need to do some more logistical talking about that, because I can say one of the reasons why we handed part of the Zoom controls over to Kim and Kyle tonight was because it's stressing when you're trying to run a meeting.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I mean, I think it's the same thing for the teachers, right? When you're trying to run multiple things, like that's really hard. And I'm anticipating we'd have some members who would want to continue to stay remote as well. And I can say when Erin was remote for business before, that's difficult to be able to run that meeting with you know, half the people there and half the people not. And I'd be concerned about the effect that it would have on our business. So that too.
Right. Well, I think we're all concerned on the effect that it's going to have on the teachers too. So it's only fair for us to have to suffer through it as well.
Yeah. Kaylee, hang on, let me unmute you.
Still on the lines of that right now, we use microphones in our meetings and we share our microphones, which I feel like we can't tell the arts department students that they can't do a show or use microphones if we ourselves would be using them. That just doesn't sit right with me as a member of the student body.
Lots of logistics to figure out if we do that, but I think you're right, that's a conversation for down the road. So
just to clarify, so it's not the microphone use, it's the projecting and singing that you're aerosolizing. What's the other word I'm looking for? So it's you know, going to gym class, it's increasing respiration. So it's not the microphone itself that's the issue, unless you're in a school setting and you're passing the microphone. That's the issue, is without sanitizing the microphone, you can't pass it, Kaylee, to the student next to you. So we were all having
the way that the guidelines is written, it just says that we weren't allowed to use microphones that would be shared within. The way it was written, that wouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, so if you're sharing it, you know, if everyone had their own microphone for the meeting, we'd be okay, because then we
don't. It's a logistics problem for down the road, but we don't have, as a techie, I know we don't have that ability.
Yeah, we can get into logistics. That's kind of a behind the scenes conversation I think that we're going to have with Bob Lathrop and figure that out. So, yes. Kaylee, did you have enough? Okay. Hand up, hand down. I know. All right. So back to the same question of, do we want to change the schedule? Paul Mayette. Yeah.
Yes, I would be in favor of doing that. I think, like others have said, when we've seen what they've done at the schools with the tours, seeing what the high school looked like SES yesterday, I think they've worked hard to prepare and be ready to do that. And I think we should honor that. And I think the earlier that we're able to get into hybrid, the more likely we're able to get some sustained time on that model.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Erin? Oh, I asked you. Oh, there we go. Oh, sorry. I went for the double ask to unmute and I accidentally muted you again.
It's okay. Yeah, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't take the opportunity to do a vote sooner now that we've got some of these questions answered.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Maureen?
Yeah, I would also support moving a vote up. I just would make the statement that, you know, when we set the metrics and we set the timeline, that was based on the health metrics. And so it made sense to go every 4 weeks so we could evaluate the data. I feel like we're just sort of in a different situation now. You know, the hybrid concerns were what kind of pushed 5 of us to vote the way we did. So it's not based on the health metrics. So it's, I guess what I'm trying to say, it's on a different timeline, you know?
Yeah.
So I do support finding an earlier date than whatever. I'm lost track of what date we're talking about from before. But anyways, yes, I support it.
Okay, thank you. Paulise?
I would not be in favor of changing the dates because I don't think the teachers are prepared for a hybrid yet.
Okay, thank you. Linda, where'd you go? There you are, hang on. Right. There you go.
My question is what is I'm in favor of moving the time up as well, but what is the time that we're moving it up to?
So, I mean, Brian and I had that conversation earlier just because we wanted to plan for if this was the case, since this was a yes or no answer. So the earliest we could move it to is next Tuesday with posting, the appropriate posting. We do meet next Wednesday. I think if the committee wanted to move it that close, I would recommend, just as the chair who manages these meetings, having a vote on the Tuesday and the business meeting on the Wednesday, because I think otherwise it's going to be midnight, you know, and I don't want to be in that situation if we don't have to. And I also don't want to rush anything because we're feeling like it's getting late. So I would rather handle it on 2 different nights if we can. And if the committee is available and willing to do that, that would just be my personal preference as the person that has to chair the meetings and lead them.
Yes, I'm for moving the vote up sooner.
Okay. I mean, are you thinking now that we have dates out there, are you thinking next Tuesday, or are we thinking?
I personally would like the vote as soon as everyone feels comfortable with. I mean, I'm okay with it being next week.
Okay. All right. Caitlin, there you are.
I'm not good when the button moves this late at night. Yeah, I would be okay with moving it up and then doing a vote on Tuesday, the 13th.
Yeah, it would be the 13th, I think. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And Paul Goldner.
I'm fine with moving up a vote. Just my question would be, could we do Wednesday and Thursday if we're going to do 2 meetings next week? But that's.
I mean, yeah, I'm open to whatever as far as dates. It was just the when's the earliest, and you know what other dates would be available. So I think any date that we can make work was fine. It just literally can't be tomorrow, right? Because we have to have the 2-day posting window. So that's simply not possible. Mr. Lees.
I just question why we need 2 nights. I know you have to chair 2 meetings, but we've gone over a lot of material tonight.
Yeah, I mean,
barring a whole host of new information for next week, I wouldn't expect we'd go through all this again.
No, I wouldn't think so, but I think there's going to be a discussion about phasing in. I would think that there's probably going to be public comment again. I would potentially be capping that depending on, you know, kind of what we're hearing in between, I think. So I think that could easily be an hour to an hour and a half by itself. My concern was then bumping a business meeting on top of that after that. So we can do that and try to do it all on Wednesday if the committee is amenable to that. I don't want to be finishing up our business meeting at 11:30. If we don't, you know. So I would say, go ahead, Maureen.
I just wanted to add that it's possible that we could, I mean, I think we're supposed to have an executive session tonight, right?
Yep.
So it's possible we could also be adding another executive session next week. So I think it's important to split that up, because I just, it's so hard to have these meetings that go on for, till midnight.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that.
Okay. Thanks, Maureen. Kaylee?
Logistically, I think it would just make more sense to set 2, because we can always meet on Wednesday, get everything, or whenever the first day that we choose, get all of it out of the way, and then we're still covered legally if we decide that we do need the second meeting.
We still have to post an agenda for each that discusses what's being covered in both, so it's not like I can put it all
But
on one day.
couldn't you put like a continuation of this agenda?
I think so, right,
Oh,
Brian?
okay.
I think it has to be specific, right?
Sorry.
No, all good. I mean, it's a good thought. It's just Mass General Law is not that flexible for us.
Tuesday would have to be posted by tomorrow. Wednesdays would have to be posted by Friday.
Yeah. Caitlin, go ahead. Oh, Caitlin, you're still unmuted. Go ahead.
Oh, so just to be clear, we're talking about voting the night before, right? Whatever. We're talking about voting on Tuesday and then doing the business meeting on Wednesday.
Yes,
Is that
or
what I'm hearing?
Per Paul Goldner's request, if we have people that have
or doing
conflicts.
business meeting and then voting the day after.
I would reorder it. I would vote.
Okay.
Let's get that out of the way, and then let's handle a business meeting after that, because I just feel like it's not that it's urgent, but I feel like let's clear kind of what we've got on our plate so that we can then go on to the business, so to speak.
And then are we still looking at the 2 week after the vote to transition? So if we vote hybrid, it would still be 2 weeks to transition?
I'll bump that to Brian.
Or is that up for discussion as well?
So that can be up for discussion. I guess I would say the sooner you can vote, the better. The kind of the outstanding issue is we'd agreed with the teachers, and it just makes sense that we would place one of those remaining PD days the Friday before we shift. So if you were to proactively schedule that this evening, which I don't know at 11:20, but if you were to schedule that this evening for next Friday and a vote on next Tuesday, we could potentially, it's aggressive, be ready to shift elementary by the 19th, the week of the 19th, and then middle school, high school the week of the 26th, because there's more logistics with the shifting of classes and the Florida virtual. It's tight, and I will say, depending on the discussion about hybrid, and there's been some discussion here about changing expectations, and we're meeting with teachers tomorrow, and we certainly can't talk outside of executive session negotiations, but if anything were to shift, then that would not be possible. But I think either way, a shift on the 26th, the week of the 26th, for both is very doable with a vote next Tuesday. So that still would be 2 weeks out. Yeah.
What if we did Wednesday and had our business meeting on Thursday, Brian, just so we could, because it sounds like Paul's got a conflict, Paul Goldner, just to make sure that everybody that can, I don't want to leave anyone out of the vote.
Again, I have to make some assumptions based on tonight. If you were to schedule that PD day next Friday, I'm going to take that as a sign, right? And we're rolling. And so we've got to wait for the vote to be final before we do anything, but the wheels would be in motion now. And
so I'm going to go back. Yep.
I would just say, so 19th is possible elementary. It's potentially aggressive based on the kind of logistic and details we got to get in place.
Okay. Caitlin, go ahead. You're still unmuted.
Oh, wow. That's easy. Sorry. And then the full remote humans, the academy option, whatever word we're throwing at the end of full remote.
Yeah.
When are they transitioning if the timeline's this tight to get to possible hybrid?
So they would be shifting when we shift to hybrid. And I will tell you, it's that transition to full remote. That's really the one logistic that causes the pause of jumping and saying we're ready for 19th for the elementary and the 26th. You know, the in-person hybrid, you know, we've got that full PD day, and I think, you know, all the kind of final logistics we can get in place on that day when all the staff are here and no students. But it's the getting the hybrid, I'm sorry, it's getting that the full remote option academy up and running to start that day. That's the challenge. We've got to have that ready to go when we shift to hybrid. It can't be separate.
Yeah. And it's doable.
I can say to you, K through 12, we could be ready on the 26th with a vote next week. Potentially elementary for the 19th.
Okay.
But again, I don't know when you're comfortable scheduling that PD day. I think it's kind of tough to do to families. If you take a vote next Tuesday or Wednesday, that next Friday is a PD day. That's a challenge. So if you were going to wait to do the vote next week, I would say push it out to the following week. So if we take the vote on Wednesday, schedule it the calendar in front of me.
23rd?
23rd.
Schedule on the 23rd and everyone shifts on the 26th. That I can say to you right now, yes, I can confidently say to you we'd be ready to go.
Okay.
Again, the key being shifting for all those remote families and having that. We have to have that set up on the same day. We can't have them in limbo for a week while we're there waiting.
Okay. So I'm going to go and poll just one more time through and see where people's preferences are on this, whether they want to stay with the PD day and have Brian proactively schedule that now for the whatever date we said that was, the 19th, the
16th.
16th, yep. Or if we want to hold off until that and then have them schedule a PD day for the 23rd with transitions the following week if the committee votes hybrid next week. I can say I am reluctant to schedule anything until a vote is actually taken. But I will bow to the will of the committee on this one. So Caitlin's are still unmuted, so I'll start with you, Caitlin.
Can I say one more thing? So just keep in mind that, again, meeting with teachers tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So depending if anything changes, and I'm not the chair of that committee, so depending if anything changes, that's another wrinkle that would give me pause in my commitment to say that, go ahead and schedule next Friday. We can pull it off on the 19th.
Yep.
With all of those gives you pause moments, I'm going to say I am reluctant to schedule it in this moment at 11:26.
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to it. I have pause because it sends a message. And then if anything falls through, it's another kind of like broken promise to the community that I just don't want to get into.
Yep, that's fair. All right, going down the list, Paul Mayette.
I agree with Caitlin. That makes sense.
We'll call it the Caitlin way. Paul Lees, you're still unmuted. How handy.
I would not schedule the PD day now.
Okay. Going the Caitlin way. Linda, where are you?
Yes, I wouldn't schedule anything until we've made the vote.
Okay, thank you. Tina, you get to be in the middle this time.
Yay. I don't think that would sit well with the teachers. I say we wait.
Yep. Okay, Paul Goldner.
Yeah, I would also wait until we vote.
Okay, thank you. Erin?
This goes back to that communication conversation earlier and making sure the message is clear. I don't think it's appropriate to assume something's going to happen and make sure that we wait until after the vote.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Maureen?
I agree with Erin, and I'm going the Caitlin way. That's my vote.
The Caitlin way, as it shall forever be known. So can I get a show of hands? I know it seems like Paul Goldner has a conflict on Tuesday. Can I get a show of hands for, obviously we've got availability on Wednesday. How about Thursday? Are people available on Thursday if we split those meetings? Being 1, 2, Tina's a maybe, Aaron's a
Checking, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
What time would it be?
Say 7 o'clock. I mean,
7
we could move
o'clock.
it to 6:30 probably if we need be. I know going
I
earlier than
can't,
that.
I can't do before 7 on Thursday.
Okay. Oh, okay. But you could do at 7 on Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what I would do is we will change the business meeting next Wednesday and put a vote on there, and we'll discuss, we'll have a discussion on the vote, I guess, and then actually take that vote with anything that's needed as part of that based on conversations with negotiations on anything further that Brian uncovers as he's kind of going through the thoughts and the plans for that this week. And that'll be at 7. So we'll leave it at the same time that our business meeting was supposed to be. And then on Thursday, we'll have our business meeting also at 7 p.m. And that will be all our regular business that we would take up at the October meeting. And I don't think we have anything outstanding that other than regular business, right, Brian? There was nothing unusual that had come up.
No, and a lot of the stuff we would normally be doing in October, you ready to set your goals for the year? And all those kind of routine things, updated district strategy, so a lot of the things that we would normally be doing, we've said, let's just breathe and get everything back to normal, get everyone back, and then we'll take that stuff up. So it's actually a fairly quick business meeting, I think. But like you had said, it's good to get the minutes on the agenda, approve the minutes so those can get out there.
Yeah.
Subcommittee reports, stuff like that.
I've been asked about those quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a motion? Hang on 2 seconds. I just got to find my agenda because I closed it. Can I get a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of planning for negotiations with union personnel, not to return to open session, please?
Can I interrupt you for one thing before you jump there?
The Cal, sorry.
So the Cape Ann League voted today to allow home spectators as of Friday. So when you took your vote, because we're remote, to participate in athletics, we said no spectators for the first 2 weeks. This is the second week, so you don't necessarily have to do anything. But in that discussion, the Cape Ann League, all of the we can now have 100 spectators or 50% capacity. The Cal took a kind of a cautious approach and said just home team. So when it's at Triton, it would just be every student athlete on the field would be able to have 2 admitted, 2 family members or whomever, 2 spectators for each student athlete. So it's capped at that 50. And so Tim Alberts has a system in place. He's going to, drafted a message already using the same kind of check-in procedure that the student athletes have to complete in that email where it says you've completed your pass. That's their pass for the day. And so a whole process in place. So that is in motion, and I wanted to at least raise it here. You don't need to take any action, but if that's the way the Cal is moving, that's the way we were discussing moving, and I wanted to just raise it with all of you, lest there be any concern that you want to pull back on that. So I don't know if you've seen any, people are standing along the outside fence now. So it's a matter of if we allow home spectators in, I feel like we can actually control it better. And Tim has a process in place for he's got a process for sanitizing the bleachers after every game. So he's got it all in play, ready to go.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Are there any concerns from the committee on moving with the Cal's plan? Seeing none. I mean, as long as Tim's comfortable with it, I think I'm comfortable with it at this point. And like you said, I think it's a better management system than what's currently in place.
Yep. And just so you know, if there's any issues, I will not be hesitant to pull the plug.
Now. Okay.
Sorry.
Anything else before I call for a vote or a motion? We're good. Okay. Can I get a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of planning for negotiations with union personnel, not to return to open session, please?
I'll make that motion.
Thanks, Maureen. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Tina. All right. Any further discussion? All right. I need a roll call vote, and I'm gonna. Oh, looks like everybody's unmuted. You guys are awesome. Erin?
Yes.
Paul Goldner?
He's muted.
Oh, he's muted. One
So
person.
is Linda.
Muted. I looked down and I was like, oh, everybody's
Yes.
muted.
And Paul Mayette.
And Paul Mayette.
And Linda.
Dang it. It looked so good on the list. There we go. Okay. So I got Paul Goldner. Maureen?
Yes.
Caitlin?
Yes.
Paulise?
Yes.
Thank you. Linda?
Yes.
Paul Mayette?
Yes.
Yes. Tina?
Yes.
Thank you. I feel like we're keeping you awake. I'm sorry. The power nap earlier apparently didn't cut it for you. All right. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. And we will now go into executive session, not to return to open session. And
Marissa, you need to vote.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm a yes as well. Sorry. It is late. Even I'm starting to lose it. So thank you all. Long night, but I appreciate it.